stole my mind with a spell, fed me lies, made me love her, made me kill for her.
And when the leash broke?
She begged me to remember the love.
Not the blood.
But I'm not her golden beast anymore. I'm what she made in the dark. The world wants her burned for what she did to me. She wants me to forgive her. All I want is to hear her scream my name again. She gave me forever. Now she gets the feral. And she can want me calm by day. But she's the one who will go wild by night. Stay tuned for primal protectiveness, betrayal that still throbs, and a monster who wakes up angry and still picks her.
Happily ever after guaranteed. Chapter 1. Janus. The wind on Praj does not just blow, it bites. It has teeth made of ice and ancient spite, gnawing at the exposed skin of my cheeks until they burn with a numbness that goes bone deep. Praj is a continent of grey rock, black pine and white snow, a place where colour goes to die. And yet I am standing on the whispering ridge, risking execution for a ribbon the colour of a summer peach. "You're late, little witch," Ignatius says. He leans against the side of his black cart, his breath puffing out in white clouds that smell of stale tobacco and grease. I pull my grey wool cloak tighter around me. It is heavy, scratchy, and practical. Everything my coven values and everything I despise. The matriarch was watching the gates, I lie. My voice sounds small against the howling wind. I had to wait for the shift change. Ignatius grins, revealing teeth that are more yellow than white. He is a human, a scavenger who picks the bones of this forgotten continent, selling scraps to the desperate. I am his best customer. "Did you bring it?" I reach into the deep pocket of my cloak and pull out the bundle. It is wrapped in oilcloth to protect it from the snow. Inside are 3 frost roots, tubers that look like shriveled, screaming faces. They are rare, potent, and incredibly dangerous if prepared wrong. They are worth a small fortune in the alchemy markets of clothes. Ignatius snatches the bundle from my hand. He whistles low as he peels back the cloth. Fresh, still bleeding sap. Very nice, Janus. Very nice indeed. "The book," I say, holding out my hand. My heart drums against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage of bone. And the ribbon, like we agreed. Ignatius takes his time. He tucks the roots into his vest, patting the pocket lovingly. Then he reaches into the back of his cart. The wood of the wagon is stained dark, and I try not to think about what fluids caused those stains. He pulls out a book. The cover is worn leather, cracked at the spine, the gold lettering faded to a dull bronze. The Baron's Courtship, Volume 4. I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding. Volume 3 ended on a cliffhanger. The Baroness had been kidnapped by sky pirates, and the Baron was wounded. I have spent 3 weeks staring at the stone ceiling of my cell, agonising over whether their love would survive. "And the silk," I remind him. He produces the ribbon. It flutters in the harsh wind, a strip of impossible, delicate peach silk. It belongs in a ballroom, in a garden, anywhere but here on this jagged mountain ridge. It is beautiful. I reach for them, but Ignatius pulls back. "Ah," he says, wagging a finger. "Inflation, my dear. The winter has been hard. The passes are blocked. Bringing luxury goods to a witch's back door. It's hazardous work." "We had a deal," I say, my voice hardening. I try to channel some of the imperious terror that matriarch Severina exudes effortlessly, but on me, it feels like a child wearing her mother's shoes. "Deals change," Ignatius says. He looks over his shoulder. "Isn't that right, Vok?" From the shadow near the pines, a mountain moves. Vok Hammer steps into the grey light. He is an orc, broad as a boulder and twice as hard. The skin of his arms is a map of scars, greenish-grey and tough as boiled leather. But it is his face that freezes the protest in my throat. Where his lower jaw should be, there is a construct of riveted steel. It gleams wetly in the mist, replacing bone and flesh with iron. I have heard the stories of the Iron Jaw clan, exiles who rejected their war god and turned to mutilation to prove their toughness. He does not speak. He cannot. Not really. He just grinds the metal teeth together, a sound like a sword being sharpened on a wet stone. Shirk. Shirk. Vok thinks 3 frost roots is light, Ignatius says smoothly. He thinks maybe we should tell the coven where their missing inventory is going. What would Sister Bellona do if she found out you were stealing from the medical stores to buy smut? He waves the book. Ice floods my veins, colder than the wind. If the coven found out, I wouldn't just be scolded, I would be put to the question. Perna magic is power, and power is hoarded. Trading magical reagents to humans is treason. Ignatius smiles, and it is a predatory thing. He tosses the book and the ribbon at my feet. They land in the mud. Before you go, he says, looking round at Vok and winking. Me and Vok, we never ploughed a witch before, and seeing as we are all knowing each other well now. He winks at me. Perhaps you'll enjoy a good ploughing. Must get lonely up there with all those carpet munchers, eh? Seriously? I reply. Come on, what you say, girl? Me and Vok'll take 1 hole each and have you home by supper. Deal? Vok growls from the sidelines. You and I both know that isn't going to happen, I reply firmly. You'll lose, girl. That's all I'll say on the matter. Ignatius climbs onto his cart, whistling a jaunty tune. Vokhammer stares at me for a long moment, his steel jaw grinding, before turning to follow. They disappear into the mist, leaving me alone on the ridge. I sink to my knees, ignoring the wet snow soaking through my wool skirt. I snatch up the book and wipe the mud from the cover with my sleeve. The ribbon is stained on one end, the peach silk darkened by the earth of Praj. I clutch them to my chest. They are all I have. I do not go straight back to Snowfall Glen. The thought of the coven makes my stomach turn. I know what awaits me there. The Hall of Whispers, with its walls of black obsidian that seem to drink the light. The matriarch, sitting on her throne of bone, looking through me as if I am made of glass, and worse, Valeria, with her fire magic and her cruel laugh. She would smell the human stink on me. She would ask where I've been, and when I stammered, she would smile that terrible smile, the one split by her hair lip, and burn the truth out of the air. You are weak, Janus, she tells me every day. You want soft things. Soft things rot. I walk along the cliff edge instead, heading north. The path here is treacherous, a goat track crumbling into the ocean hundreds of feet below. It is dangerous, but it is quiet. I pause to pin the peach ribbon into my hair. I have no mirror, but I imagine how it looks against my raven black locks. In the stories, the heroine always has a token, something that marks her as special, something that catches the hero's eye. I look out at the sea. The water around Praj is not blue. It is a deep, bruising purple, churned into white foam where it strikes the jagged rocks. My grandmother used to tell me stories about these cliffs, not the Perna histories of war and stone, but the older stories. Don't look too long at the foam, Janus, she would say. The water is hungry here. It has hands. I peer over the edge. The mist clings to the water's surface. For a second, I think I see something pale moving in the trough of a wave, a flash of white, like a belly or a limb. It is gone in a heartbeat. Just foam, I whisper to myself. Just stories. But I step back from the edge. The magic in my blood hums a low warning. The ocean feels watchful. I keep walking, clutching the Baron's courtship under my cloak like a shield. I am looking for a place to sit and read, somewhere out of the wind, somewhere the coven's prying eyes cannot see. That is when I see the smoke. It is a thin, grey tendril rising from a cove I thought was inaccessible. The rocks there are razor sharp, a graveyard for ships that wander too close to the coast. My first thought is, Survivor. My heart leaps. A shipwreck. A dashing captain washed ashore, battered by the storm, in need of a healer. It is exactly like Chapter 1 of The Duke's Exile. I should report it. The matriarch demands we report all intruders so they can be processed. Usually that means Bologna goes down there and crushes their skulls with her mind, or Morta collects them for her experiments. I don't report it. I smooth my hair, checking that the ribbon is secure. I pinch my cheeks to bring some colour into them. I check my internal reservoir of magic. It feels chaotic, a swirling storm of pink and violet light in my chest. I am not a warrior like Bologna, but I can make things pleasant. I can cast illusions. I can hide. I begin the descent. The path down is steep. I have to use small bursts of force magic to keep my footing, pressing the air against my back to steady me. As I get lower, the smell of salt and ozone grows stronger. But underneath it, there is another smell. Cooking. Not the charred, desperate burning of a survivor trying to stay warm. This smells like roasted fish, seasoned with, is that lemon? And thyme. I round the final bend of rock and freeze. The cove is small, sheltered from the wind by high walls of basalt. There is a fire crackling merrily in the white sand. A driftwood rack has been built, and upon it, 3 large fish are roasting perfectly. And sitting by the fire is a monster. He is massive. Even sitting down, he is larger than Vok Hammer. His skin is the colour of dark mahogany, covered in a fine layer of fur. His legs are bovine, ending in heavy hooves that are dug into the sand. His chest is a wall of muscle, scarred and broad. And his head. It is the head of a bull, crowned with 2 sweeping horns that curve forward like scythes. A minotaur. I have read about them in the bestiaries Morta keeps chained in the library. Minotaurs, the books say. Engines of destruction. Gladiators who worship blood. They eat the flesh of their enemies. I press myself against the rock, terrified. I should run. I should fly back up the cliff and scream for Bologna. This creature could snap me in half with one hand. But then the monster moves. He reaches out with a hand that is surprisingly human, save for the size and the thick black nails, and turns the fish on the spit. He does it with a delicacy that makes no sense. And then he hums. It is a low, rumbling sound, vibrating in his massive chest. It isn't a war chant. It isn't a growl. It is a melody. A sad, sweet, longing melody that drifts up the rocks and catches in my throat. He sprinkles something from a small pouch onto the fish. He leans back, looking at the ocean, and sighs, a sound of utter contentment. He isn't hunting. He isn't raging. He is waiting. I stare at him. The juxtaposition of his terrifying form and his gentle actions hit me like a hard physical blow. He is the beast. But he is civilized. He is lonely. I look at my reflection in a patch of ice on the rock wall. My black hair is wild, the peach ribbon vivid against the darkness. My eyes are wide and brown. I am small. I am soft. I look back at the Minotaur. He needs me, the voice resounding in my head whispers. It sounds like the narrator from my books. He is the cursed prince, and he is waiting for the beauty to break the spell. I forget about Ignatius. I forget about the coven. I forget about the hungry shapes in the water. I take a deep breath, push off the rock, and step into the light.
Chapter 2. Thyres. The world is made of noise. That is the first thing you learn in the fighting pits of Milthar. There is the roar of the crowd, 1,000 throats screaming for blood, a sound like a landslide of gravel. There is the clang of steel on steel, the wet thud of a body hitting the sand, the frantic, high-pitched whistle of a dying breath. It is a cacophony of violence, a discordant symphony that never ends. Here, in this cove at the very edge of the world, there is music. I close my eyes and listen to it. The percussion of the waves slapping against the black basalt rocks. Thrum, hush, thrum. The crackle of the driftwood fire popping in counterpoint. The wind singing through the hollows of the cliff face above, a high, lonely flute. It is perfect. It is quiet. I reach out and turn the spit. The fish are roasting well, their skin crisping to a golden brown. I sprinkle the last of my dried herbs over them, crushed lemongrass and sea salt I scraped from the rocks this morning. My hand trembles just a little. I look at the hand. It is broad, covered in dark fur, tipped with black claws that can tear through leather armor. It is a hand built for crushing windpipes, not seasoning trout. Coward, the ghost of my father whispers in my ear. Runt, broken thing. I shake my head, rattling my horns, chasing the voice away. I am not a coward, I say to the fire. My voice is deep, a bass rumble that vibrates in my chest. I am simply listening to a new song. I look at the fire, but I see the sand of the arena. The memory is always there, waiting in the silence. The games of Zukiev, the sun beating down on the red sand. The champion, Otsados, watching from the high box. My opponent was a young bull from the Iron Jaw clan, terrified, foaming at the mouth with battle rage. I had him down. My axe was raised. The crowd was chanting the rhythm. Kill, kill, kill. It is the rhythm of my people. It is the heartbeat of Milthar. To kill is to honor the goddess. To show mercy is to spit in her face. But I looked at the young bull's eyes. They were wide, rolling white with fear. He didn't want to die. And I realized, with a clarity that stopped my heart, that I didn't want to kill him. I didn't want the glory. I didn't want the blood. I dropped the axe. The silence that followed was heavier than the screaming. The shame of it burned hotter than the sun. My father leaped into the pit, striking me across the face, his ringed hand tearing my cheek. Defective, he had roared. You are no son of mine. You are meat. I didn't fight back. I turned and ran. I ran until the sand turned to grass, until the grass turned to rock, until the rock turned to the ocean. And then I swam. I swam until my muscles burned like fire, until the salt scrubbed the smell of the arena from my skin. I swam because I heard a voice. I hum the melody now, low in my throat. It is the song that guided me across the dark water. Find her, the ocean whispered. Find the golden one. It is a prophecy. I know this as surely as I know the tide. I am not an exile. I am a pilgrim. I came to this frozen, gray land because I am meant to find something here. Someone. Hair like the sun, the song promised. Eyes like the ocean. A voice that can sing the stars down from the sky. She is my redemption. She is the proof that I am not broken, just different. A minotaur who loves beauty instead of death must be meant for a goddess of beauty. When I find her, the trembling in my hands will stop. The ghosts of the pit will go silent. We will sit by the ocean and sing together, and I will never have to lift a weapon again. I smile, the expression stretching the scarred skin of my muzzle. It feels strange to smile. In Miltar, baring your teeth is a threat. Here, it is just peace. Snap! The sound cuts through the rhythm of the waves like a wrong note. My ears swivel forward. It's not the wind. It sounds like a stone shifting under a boot. A clumsy step. My heart slams against my ribs. Thump, 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 thump. Is it her? I've been waiting on this beach for 3 cycles of the moon. I have watched the storms roll in, hoping to see a golden ship or a woman walking from the foam. I turn slowly, afraid to break the moment. Hello? A voice calls out. It is high, breathless, trembling. I look up at the rocks. The disappointment washes over me like a physical blow, heavier than a hammer swing. She stands just outside the circle of my firelight, She is small, human, or something close to it. She is wrapped in a gray wool cloak that is stained with mud at the hem. She is shivering violently, her lips blue with cold. There is no gold. Her hair is black, a tangled nest of raven feathers whipped by the wind. There is a ribbon pinned into it, a sad, peach-colored strip of silk that looks pathetic against the gloom of the cliffs. Her eyes are not the ocean. They are brown, mud brown, bark brown, common. And her voice, it is not the song of an angel. It is thin and reedy, cracking with fear. She is not the goddess. She is a girl, a frightened, freezing girl who has wandered too far down the cliffs. I let out a long breath, my nostrils flaring. The tension leaves my shoulders, replaced by a heavy, familiar sadness. You are shivering, I say. My voice sounds too loud in the small cove. She flinches, stepping back against the rock. Her eyes go wide, taking in my horns, my size, the sheer monstrosity of me. I am used to this look. It is the look the prisoners gave us in the pits before the gates opened. I saw your smoke, she stammers. She tries to straighten her spine, smoothing her wind-blown hair with a shaking hand. I thought someone might need help. I do not need help, I say. I turn back to the fire. I am cooking. I can hear her hesitation. Her heartbeat is a frantic flutter, like a trapped bird. She should run. Most humans run when they see a minotaur. We are the monsters parents use to frighten their children. But she doesn't run. She steps closer. I'm Janus, she says. She says it like it is a question. I live up there, in the glen. I grunt. I do not offer my name. Names are for equals. Names are for the golden one. It smells good, she says, her voice gaining a little strength. She's trying to be charming. It is painful to watch, like seeing a calf try to walk on ice. Is that lemon? And thyme? My grandmother used to use thyme. She is fishing for a connection. She wants me to look at her. I look at the fish. They are ready. I am a monster, but I am not cruel. My mother taught me that hospitality is the first law of the civilized, even if my father taught me that murder was the only law that mattered. I slide the largest fish off the spit. I place it on a flat stone. Eat, I say, pushing the stone toward her across the sand. She stares at the fish, then at me. A smile breaks across her face. It is a hopeful, desperate thing. She steps into the light, reaching for the stone. Her hands are small and pale, her fingers stained with ink or dirt. Thank you, she breathes. She looks at me, batting her eyelashes. I have seen this expression before, in the merchants who came to the pits to buy favors. She is selling something, or buying something. You know, in the stories I read, strangers meeting on a beach is usually a sign, a destiny. She touches the peach ribbon in her hair, preening. She wants me to tell her she is beautiful. She wants me to be the beast to her beauty. But I cannot lie. Lying creates noise. Truth is silence. I look at her. Really look at her. I see the dark circles under her eyes. I smell the bitter tang of roots in her pocket. I see the loneliness clinging to her like a second cloak. She is broken just like me. But two broken pieces do not make a whole unless they fit. And she does not fit the song in my head. Eat your fish, little one, I say gently. I pick up my own meal, tearing a chunk of meat with my teeth. It is hot and savory, the lemon cutting through the grease. She pauses, the fish halfway to her mouth. But who are you? Why are you here? A minotaur. Singing. I heard you humming. It was lovely. I am waiting, I say. Waiting for what? She leans forward, her eyes bright. A rescue? A battle? A promise, I say. I look past her, out to the dark, churning water. The melody rises in my mind again, drowning out her thin, reedy voice. Hair like the sun. eyes like the ocean. I swam across the world because I was called, I tell her. I am waiting for the one the song promised me. She will know me, and I will know her. Janus puts the fish down. She wipes her hands on her skirt. She looks at her reflection in a puddle of seawater near her boot, then looks back at me. She swallows. I can sing. A little. She tries to hum. It is off-key. It wanders around the note like a drunkard in the dark. It grates against my ears, painful and sharp. I wince. I cannot help it. She stops, her face flushing red. I feel a pang of pity. She is trying so hard. She is lonely, hungry for something she thinks I can give her. But I cannot give her a lie. I gave up everything. My home, my family, my honor, for the truth of the prophecy. I cannot spend it on a girl with mud on her cloak and no music in her soul. I stand up. My shadow stretches long across the cove, swallowing her whole. She tips her head back to look at me, eyes wide. You should go back to your glen, Janus, I say. My voice is soft, but it is final. It sounds like a door closing. But she steps forward, reaching for my arm. Her hand hovers over my fur. I step back. You are not the one I'm looking for, I say. The words hang between us, heavy and cold. I see the light go out in her eyes. I see the hope crumble into dust. She pulls her hand back as if she has been burned. She looks small, smaller than before. Oh, she whispers. I see. She looks at the fish on the stone, then back at the cliff path. She gathers her dignity like she gathers her cloak, pulling it tight to hide the trembling. Thank you for the meal, she says stiffly. I won't disturb you again. She turns and walks away, stumbling slightly on the loose rocks. I watch her go. I watch the peach ribbon flutter in the dark wind until she disappears into the shadows of the cliff. Thyres! I call out after her, the sound heavy as a falling stone. She stops, half-turned, hope flaring like a match in the dark. My name is Thyres, I say. Take it with you. Do not bring it back. I sit back down by the fire. I close my eyes. I listen to the waves. Thrum. Hush. Thrum. The music returns. The peace returns. But the fish tastes like ash in my mouth.
Chapter 3. Janus. I come back the next day with a lie in my pocket. It is a heavy thing, a small glass vial corked with black wax. Inside, the liquid swirls like liquid sunlight, a glamour draft I stole from the bottom of Mortar's brewing cabinet 3 months ago. It isn't permanent. One swallow will turn my raven hair gold and my eyes the colour of a summer sea for exactly 1 hour. 1 hour is all I need. I repeat his name in my head like a protective ward. Thyres. He had given it to me as a parting gift, a crumb of his true self dropped in the sand, and I had spent the night clutching it to my chest alongside the Baron's courtship. If he gave me his name, he can give me his heart. If I can just make him look at me, really look at me, without the disappointment clouding his gaze, I can make him stay. I can read him poetry. I can show him that a Perna witch can be as gentle as any goddess. The descent to the cove feels different today. The air is heavy, charged with a static that makes the hair on my arms stand up. The ocean is grey and restless, slapping against the rocks with a sullen rhythm. When I round the final bend of basalt, my heart sinks. Thyres is packing. He has kicked sand over his fire pit. His few meagre belongings, a water skin, a pouch of dried herbs, a coil of rope, are neatly gathered in a pile. He stands by the water's edge, staring out at the horizon, his massive silhouette looking impossibly lonely against the vastness of the sea. He senses me before I speak. His ears twitch, swivelling back, but he doesn't turn around. You should not have come back, Janus, he says. His voice is a low rumble, devoid of the warmth he showed me yesterday. It is the voice of a stone. I brought you something, I say, clutching the vial in my pocket. A parting gift. A drink to warm you against the chill. He turns then. His eyes sweep over me, and I brace myself for the rejection. It hits me like a slap. He looks at me and sees nothing. No potential, no destiny, just a girl in a mud-stained cloak. I do not need warmth, he says gently. I need the tide. It turns in an hour. I will swim south. There are other shores, other coves. You're leaving? The panic rises in my throat, tasting of bile. But you haven't even searched here. The prophecy could be metaphorical. Maybe the gold isn't hair, but a heart of gold? It sounds pathetic even to my own ears. Thyres sighs. He walks past me, heading for his pile of gear. He moves with a heavy, plodding grace, like a weary king abdicating his throne. The song is not a metaphor, he says. It is a map, and this place. He gestures to the jagged black rocks, the grey sky, the freezing mist. This place is a cage. There is no music here. He picks up his rope. He is going to leave. He is going to walk into the water and swim away, taking my storybook romance with him. I grip the vial. I have to drink it now. I have to... Fweet! The sound cuts through the wind. A whistle, sharp, human. Thyres freezes. His nostrils flare, testing the air. Company! A voice sneers from the rocks above. I spin around. My stomach drops through the floor of the world. Rata drops from the ledge like a spider, landing silently in the sand. The small, wiry thief grins at me, his teeth rotten and brown. Told you she had a hidey hole, Rata calls out. From the dark shadow of the cliff path, two figures emerge. Ignatius, wiping his nose on a silk handkerchief, and Vok Hammer. The orc looks even bigger in the daylight. His steel jaw glints wetly. He isn't looking my direction. He is staring at Thyres with a hunger that makes my blood run cold. Well, well, Ignatius says, picking his way across the loose stones. I thought you were flicking yourself off in here, Janus. Me and Vok didn't take kindly to your refusal given our good nature toward you. He stops, looking up at the towering form of the Minotaur. Ignatius's eyes go wide, and then they narrow into slits of pure avarice. But this... Ignatius whistles low. This is better than witch hole. Do you know what the fighting pits in Zukiev pay for fresh meat? Especially meat that looks like that? Thyres steps back, putting himself between the water and the syndicate. He doesn't roar. He doesn't draw a weapon. He just holds up his hands, palms open. I have no quarrel with you, Thyres says. His voice is calm, terrifyingly reasonable. I am leaving. Take what you want from the beach. Ignatius laughs. It is a dry, rattling sound. Oh, we plan to, big man. Vok. Vok Hammer steps forward. He cracks his knuckles, the sound like pistol shots. No, I scream. I throw myself in front of Ignatius. You can't. He's not an animal. He's a person. Ignatius shoves me aside effortlessly. I stumble into the sand, the vial of glamour draft slipping from my pocket. It shatters on a rock, the golden liquid bleeding uselessly into the grey earth. My chance to be beautiful, gone. He's a minotaur, Ignatius says, adjusting his cuffs. He's a gladiator. It's what they're bred for, darling. We're just helping him find his calling. Vok Hammer lunges. I expect Thyres to explode. I expect the monster I saw in my head, the whirlwind of horns and fury that can shatter stone. Instead, Thyres flinches. He curls inward, dropping to his knees and wrapping his massive arms around his head. He makes himself small. Vok Hammer's fist connects with Thyres' ribs. Crack. The sound makes me scream. Sounds like wet wood snapping. Thyres grunts, a pained exhalation, but he doesn't strike back. He just huddles there, taking the blow. Fight back! I scream at him. Theories, hit him! Vok strikes again. This time he uses the steel jaw. He headbutts Thyres in the shoulder, the metal tearing through fur and skin. Blood sprays across the white sand, bright, shocking crimson. Why won't he fight? Ignatius asks, sounding genuinely annoyed. He's ruining the merchandise. Vok, the legs. Don't damage the face. The buyers like the horns intact. Vok kicks Thyres in the stomach. Thyres wheezes, curling tighter into a ball of misery. He is whimpering, a high, keen sound of pure terror. I am not a coward, he had told me. I am listening to a new and different song. I realise, with a horror that freezes my lungs, that he meant it. He literally cannot fight. He has stripped the violence out of himself so thoroughly that he is helpless against it. My prince is being beaten to death in the sand, and he won't lift a finger to save himself. Stop it! I scramble up, raising my hands. Magic flares in my palms, hot, angry, red. I'll kill you! I swear it! Ignatius turns to me. He isn't afraid. He pulls a small silver whistle from his vest, a coven caller. Go ahead, witch, he says softly. Cast a blast. Burn us. Do you know what happens then? I freeze. The magic sensors in the glen will light up like a bonfire, Ignatius says. Matriarch Severina will send the enforcers. They'll find you here, trading with smugglers. They'll find the Minotaur. And you know what they do to trespassers. He smiles. They won't sell him, Janus. They'll dissect him, slowly, while you watch from the gallows. My fire dies. My hands drop. He is right. If I use force or fire, the loud magics, we are both dead. The coven does not forgive treason. Vok kicks Thyres again. Thyres is sobbing now, a broken, wet sound. I look at him. He is bleeding into the sand, humiliated, terrified. He is going to be dragged away in chains, sold to a fighting pit where he will be forced to murder until he dies. He needs a weapon, but he refuses to be one. I look at the shattered vial of golden liquid. I look at the blood. I have one option left. There is a spell. It is not in the approved curriculum. I found it in a rotting grimoire in the restricted section of the library, a book bound in pale skin that mortar keeps hidden. It is chaos magic. It is psionic manipulation. It is forbidden because it violates the first law of the mind. Thou shalt not rewrite the soul. It is meant to turn fear into courage, indifference into devotion. It takes the target's reality and bends it until it breaks. It is dangerous. It is unpredictable. It is evil. I look at Thyres. Vok Hammer has raised his boot, aiming for the kneecap. He is going to cripple him. I have to save him, I tell myself. The voice sounding off in my head sounds frantic, shrill. I'm doing this for him. He needs to be brave. He needs to fight. And if the spell makes him love me, if it makes him see the gold in me, is that so wrong? Isn't that just helping destiny along? I close my eyes. I reach into the chaotic storm of magic in my chest. I don't shape it into a shield or a bolt. I shape it into a hook. I whisper the words. They taste like copper and ash on my tongue. Courage of the storm, heart of the stone, see me as your shelter, see me as your own. I push. It feels like vomiting. The magic tears out of me, not a clean stream, but a jagged, violet lash. It feels wrong. It feels hungry. It crosses the distance between us in a heartbeat. It hits Thyres. I see his body stiffen. The sob cuts off in his throat. The air in the cove drops 10 degrees. The grey light of the day seems to warp, twisting around him. Vok Hammer brings his boot down. Thyres moves. It is not the clumsy movement of a frightened animal. It is a blur. His hand, the hand that seasoned the fish so gently, snaps out. He catches Vok Hammer's ankle in mid-air. The sound of the impact is like a gunshot. Vok looks down, confused. Thyres looks up. His eyes are no longer wide with fear. They are not the soft, sad eyes of the poet. The pupils are blown wide, swallowing the iris. They are black holes. They are fixed on me. He isn't looking at Vok. He is looking at me. Janus, he whispers. The name sounds different in his mouth now. It sounds like an oath. It sounds like a growl. He twists his wrist. There is a wet crunch. Vok hammer screams as his leg shatters. The spell settles into my bones, heavy and cold. I wanted a hero. I wanted him to be brave enough to love me. As Thyres rises, lifting the screaming orc into the air with one hand, I realise with a sickening jolt that I didn't cast a love spell. I cast a command, and the monster is listening.
Chapter 4. Thyres. Crack. Another rib gone. The breath leaves my lungs in a wet wheeze. I taste copper and sand. The world is reduced to a narrow tunnel of agony. The grey sky, the looming silhouette of Vok hammer, and the metallic shirk of his jaw grinding as he prepares to kick me again. I curl tighter into the sand. I am a fortress of flesh, trying to protect the soft things inside. My mind retreats to the cove, to the sound of the water. I'm listening to a different song, I tell myself. I will not become what they want. I will not be the monster. If I fight back, I lose. If I break his bones, I am in the arena, back in the noise. So I take the pain. I offer it up as a sacrifice to the goddess I haven't found yet. Why won't he fight? The human asks. His voice is distant, buzzing like a fly. Vok raises his boot again. I see the steel toe. I know this kick will shatter my knee. I close my eyes, bracing for the ruin of my leg. Then, the world snaps. It isn't a sound. It isn't a touch. It is a hook, cold and barbed, sinking into the meat of my soul. The pain vanishes. It doesn't fade. It is simply deleted. The white flashes of agony are wiped away, replaced by a humming, static silence. It is the quiet sound of a held breath. My eyes snap open. The grey sky of Praj is gone. The jagged rocks are gone. The cold mist is gone. Everything is gold. Light floods my vision, pouring from a single point in the middle of the cove. It is warm. It is blinding. It is the sun, brought down to earth. I look at the source of the light. She is standing there. Janus. But she is not the small, frightened girl in the mud-stained cloak anymore. She is towering. She is radiant. Her hair is not black. It is a halo of burning corona. Her eyes are not brown. They are the deep, endless blue of the ocean where the currents are strong enough to crush ships. The prophecy, a voice whispers in my head. It is my voice, but it sounds wrong. It sounds flat, metallic. She is the one. She is the golden goddess. She is the anchor. The song I have been humming for months, the gentle, longing melody, stops. It is replaced by a single, deafening note. A drone. A command. Protect. I look at Vok hammer. A moment ago, he was an enemy. He was a creature of violence, a test of my pacifism. I pitied him. Now I look at him and I see only geometry. He's standing between me and the sun. He is casting a shadow on her face. He's breathing the air that belongs to her. The concept of pacifism floats through my mind. It feels alien. It feels like a mistake. Why would I be peaceful when something is threatening the light? Silence is not the absence of violence. Silence is the absence of threats. Vok brings his boot down. Time slows. I can see the rust on the rivets of his steel jaw. I can see the sweat flying from his brow. He is so slow. He is moving through molasses. I move. I do not think about moving. I do not weigh the moral cost. I simply execute a function. My hand snaps out. It is a blur of motion, faster than thought. I catch Vok's ankle just above the boot. The impact jars my shoulder, but I do not feel pain. I feel physics. I feel leverage. Vok's eyes widen. He looks down at me, confused. He expects the meat to stay tender. He expects the victim to stay broken. I look up at him. I'm not looking at a person. I'm looking at a structure that needs to be dismantled. Obstacle identified, the cold voice in my mind says. Remove. I twist my wrist. It requires 400 pounds of pressure to snap the tibia of an orc. I apply 600. Crack! The sound is wet and loud, like a tree branch snapping in a storm. Vok screams. It is an ugly sound. It disrupts the quiet. It offends the goddess. I stand up. I loom over him. I'm 7 feet of muscle and horn. I am a champion of the Zukiev Games. I have killed bulls twice his size for a laurel wreath I didn't want. Now I want. Vok falls, clutching his ruined leg. He scrambles backward in the sand, his steel jaw hanging open in shock. He reaches for the knife at his belt. Weapon, the voice notes. Unacceptable. I step on his wrist. The bones of his hand grind together into powder. He drops the knife. He looks up at me, and for the first time I see the reflection of what I am in his eyes. He doesn't see Thyres the singer. He sees the Minotaur. He sees the monster. Wait! Vok gurgles. I do not wait. Waiting allows the shadow to linger. I reach down and grab him by the throat. I lift him off the ground. He kicks, his heavy boots drumming uselessly against my thighs. He is heavy, nearly 300 pounds of muscle and iron, but to me, he feels like paper. The golden light behind me pulses. It demands safety. It demands a perimeter. Vokhammer has a jaw of steel. He replaced his bone to make himself a weapon. I look at the jaw. It is a structural weakness. I grab the metal with my free hand. The rivets are cold under my fingers. You are loud, I whisper. My voice sounds like rocks grinding together. I pull. I rip the steel construct from his skull. The sound is horrific, tearing meat, snapping cartilage. Vokhammer goes limp. The noise stops. I drop him. He lands in a heap of gray flesh and bloody iron. He does not move. The threat is neutralized. The silence returns. I stand there, breathing heavily. My blood is singing, hot and electric. It feels good. It feels right. Why did I ever deny this? This is what I was made for. I was built to clear the path for her. I turn my head slowly. Ignatius and the small one, Ratter, are standing by the rocks. Their mouths are open. They are staring at the thing on the sand that used to be their enforcer. Ignatius takes a step back. By the gods! Threats, the voice says. 2 targets. Range, 15 meters. Escape probability, high. My muscles coil. I want to chase them. I want to hunt them down and tear them apart until there is nothing left in this cove but the sand and the sun. I take a single step toward them. A sharp pain yanks at my chest. It is a physical tether, invisible and burning. It is hooked into my heart, and the other end is tied to her. I cannot leave her side. If I chase them, I leave her exposed. I stop. The frustration boils in my throat. I cannot hunt. I must guard. So I roar. I draw a breath that expands my massive lungs to their limit, and I let it out. It is the sound of the arena, the sound of a challenge that has no answer. It shakes the dust from the cliff face. It vibrates in the marrow of their bones. Run! Ignatius scrambles backward, tripping over his own feet. Ratter is already moving, scurrying up the rocks like a lizard. They flee. They run like the prey they are. I watch them go until they disappear over the ridge. I mark their scents. Grease, fear, stale tobacco. I file them away in the red part of my brain. Targets marked for future deletion. I turn around. The golden light is waiting. Janus is kneeling in the sand. She is staring at the body of the orc. She is trembling. I walk toward her. My hooves sink deep into the wet sand. Blood drips from my hands, black and thick. It is not my blood. I am unbreakable. I stop in front of her. I tower over her. My shadow swallows her completely. She looks up. Her face is pale. Her eyes are wide, reflecting the monster standing above her. "Thyres?" she whispers. Her voice is shaking. I look at her. I see the peach ribbon in her hair. It is the color of the sunrise. It is perfect. I drop down to my knees. The sand crunches under my weight. I am eye level with her now. I need to touch her. The urge is overwhelming. It is a hunger deeper than any I have ever felt. I need to verify her solidity. I need to know that the light is real. I reach out. My hand is covered in the orc's blood. She flinches. The movement sends a spike of panic through me. Did I frighten the sun? "Do not fear," I say. My voice is unfamiliar to me. It is thick, possessive. The noise is gone. I press my bloody thumb against her cheek. I trace the line of her jaw. I leave a smear of crimson on her pale skin. It looks like a seal. It looks like a claim. She's staring at my eyes. I can feel my pupils dilated, swallowing the light. I'm drinking her in. "You," she stammers. "You saved me." "I cleared the path," I correct her. I lean in closer. I can smell her fear, but underneath it, I smell the magic. It smells like ozone and violets. It is intoxicating. I want to wrap myself around her. I want to build a wall of stone and bone around this cove and keep her here forever. I want to make sure nothing ever looks at her again. "You are safe," I tell her. The words are heavy, like iron bars slamming shut. I move my hand to the back of her neck, tangling my fingers in her black hair. I hold her there, forcing her to look at me, forcing her to see the devotion that is burning me alive from the inside out. "You are mine," I whisper. Something wonderful hums in my blood, a dark and golden vibration. It is finished. The singer is dead. The gladiator is awake, and he has found his goddess to die for.
Chapter 5. Janus. The smell is the worst part. In the Baron's courtship, battles are described as glorious symphonies of steel and courage. The fallen heroes slump gracefully to the ground, perhaps with a single artful trickle of blood at the corner of their mouths. They whisper final words of love before drifting off to sleep. Real death smells like bowels. It smells like copper pennies dissolved in vinegar. It smells like the meat market in Toulouse on a hot day, but worse, because the meat is wearing boots. I scramble away from the thing that used to be Vok Hammer, scrambling on my hands and knees until I hit a patch of dry dune grass. My stomach spasms, hard and violent, and I retch into the sand. Nothing comes up but bile and the sour taste of fear. I wipe my mouth with the back of my hand, trembling so hard my teeth chatter. The wind of Praj cuts through my cloak, freezing the sweat on my skin, but I can't stop staring at the body. Vok is ruined. His chest is a crater, his leg is twisted at an angle that defies anatomy, and his face, the terrifying steel jaw that made him a nightmare to the entire coast, is gone, ripped away like a scab. I look up at Thyres. I expect to see horror. I expect to see the gentle poet I met yesterday, the one who seasoned his fish with lemon and hummed to the waves. I expect him to be on his knees, weeping over the violence his hands have wrought, begging the universe for forgiveness. He is not weeping. He is standing over the corpse, wiping his hands on a tuft of seagrass. He scrubs the thick black orc blood from his fingers, with the casual rhythmic motions of a butcher cleaning his block at the end of a shift. His face is terrifyingly calm. His eyes are wide, the pupils blown so large they swallow the brown of his irises, leaving only black voids. He isn't looking at the body. He is scanning the horizon. "Thyres," I croak. My voice is a broken thing. His head snaps toward me. The movement is too fast. It isn't human. It isn't even Minotaur. It is the movement of a construct, a machine calibrated for instant reaction. "Janus," he says. His voice has changed. The deep musical rumble is gone. Now it is flat, heavy, like a stone lid sliding over a tomb. He steps over Vok's body without looking down. He crosses the sand in 2 strides and towers over me. "Are you damaged?" he asks. No, I'm not hurt." I struggle to my feet, my legs feeling like water. "Thyres, you killed him. You killed him." "He was an obstacle," Thyres says. He reaches out and touches my cheek. His hand is still damp with blood. It is warm and sticky. I flinch, but he doesn't pull away. He presses harder, as if checking the density of my bone. "He cast a shadow on you. It is corrected." It is corrected. I stare at him. The spell, the magic I poured into him, was supposed to make him brave. It was supposed to give him the courage to fight back, to defend his own life. But looking into his black eyes, I realize I didn't give him courage. I gave him a directive. I stripped away his morality, his fear, his very self, and replaced it with a single screaming command. Me. "We have to go," I whisper. The panic begins to claw at my throat. Ignatius. He ran. He'll bring others. He'll bring the coven. If Matriarch Severina sees this, a dead orc, a rogue minotaur, and a Perna witch standing in the middle of it, she won't bother with a trial. She will flay us both and use our skins to bind her next grimoire. Thyres stiffens. "Others?" He turns back to the ridge where Ignatius disappeared. A low growl builds in his chest, vibrating through the air like an earthquake. "I should have cleared them," he says. "I left the perimeter unsecured." He takes a step toward the rocks. He is going to hunt them. He is going to chase Ignatius down and tear him apart, and then he is going to keep killing until there is no one left on Praj but us. "No." I grab his arm. It feels like grabbing a tree trunk. The muscle is rock hard, coiled tight. "No hunting. We have to hide. Please, Thyres, just stay with me." He stops. The tension doesn't leave his body, but his focus snaps back to me. The spell acts like a leash. He cannot leave me. The magic won't let him. "Stay," he repeats. "Yes, close protection is optimal." A seagull swoops down from the cliffs, crying out. It dives low over the sand, aiming for a scrap of fish near the fire pit. Thyres moves. It is a blur of motion. He snarls, a vicious, feral sound, and swipes at the air. His claws miss the bird by an inch. The gull screeches and banks away, terrified. Thyres stands there, chest heaving, tracking the bird until it is a white speck in the grey sky. "It was diving," he explains, turning to me. His eyes are wild. "It was coming for you." "It's a bird, Thyres," I say, my voice trembling. "It eats fish." "It has a beak," he says darkly. "It has intent." I wrap my arms around myself. He isn't just brave, he is shattered. The spell has broken his ability to distinguish between a threat and the world itself. To him, the wind, the birds, the shifting sand, it is all a potential weapon aimed at me. I look at the tide. The water of Praj is rising, dark and hungry. It laps at the heels of Vokhammer's boots. "The water," I say, thinking fast. We leave him to the water. The tide is high today. It will take him. I don't look at the ocean too long. I try to ignore the shapes I saw in the foam earlier. If the things in the water want meat, Vokhammer is a feast. Let them have him. It hides my crime. "Come on," I say. "There's another cave. South. It's deeper. Harder to find." I start to walk, expecting him to follow. He doesn't follow. He escorts. He steps in close behind me. so close I can feel the heat radiating off his fur. He places a hand on my neck. It isn't the gentle caress of a lover. It is a grip. His fingers are strong enough to crush stone, and they curl around my nape with possessing force. He isn't holding my hand. He is steering me. "Move," he murmurs. "I will cover the rear." We walk along the rocky shoreline. The wind picks up, howling through the crags, stinging my eyes. Every time I stumble on a loose rock, Theres jerks me upright. He doesn't ask if I'm okay. He just rights me like a tipped vase and pushes me forward. "Safe," he mutters. "Safe." It sounds like a prayer. Or a curse. I try to tell myself this is what I wanted. He loves me, I think desperately. He killed for me. In the books, the hero always kills for the heroine. It's romantic. It's passion. But the heroes in the books don't look at seagulls with murder in their eyes. The heroes in the books don't touch the heroine like she is a piece of luggage that might get stolen. We reach the second cave as the sun begins to dip below the horizon, turning the grey sky into a bruised purple. This cave is not like the cove. The cove was open, filled with light and air. This place is a wound in the earth. It is a tidal cavern, damp and dripping, smelling of rot and ancient salt. At high tide, the water floods the entrance, sealing it off from the world. It is a perfect hiding spot. It is a perfect prison. "In," Theres commands. I step into the gloom. It is freezing. Water drips from the stalactites, echoing in the dark. Plink, plink, plink. Theres follows, ducking his massive head to clear the archway. As soon as he is inside, he turns and paces the width of the entrance. He checks the sightlines. He kicks a few loose stones into a pile to create a noise trap. He is fortifying. I find a dry shelf of rock near the back. I sit down and pull my knees to my chest. I still have the bright peach ribbon in my hair. It feels ridiculous now. A scrap of vanity in a hole in the ground. "Theres?" I call out softly. Can you sit with me? It's cold." He stops pacing. He looks at me. The darkness of the cave makes his eyes glow with a faint amber reflection. He comes to me. He sits down, his bulk taking up half the available space. He is warm, I will give him that. He radiates heat like a furnace. I lean against him. I rest my head on his shoulder, avoiding the bloodstains on his chest. I close my eyes, trying to summon the fantasy I fought so hard for. This is it, I tell myself. My prince, my protector. We are hiding from the world because our love is too dangerous for them to understand. "You are safe," Theres whispers. He puts his arm around me. The weight of it is heavy, restrictive. I wait for him to relax. I wait for him to sleep. He doesn't sleep. I can feel the tension in his muscles. He is vibrating with adrenaline. He is staring at the entrance of the cave, watching the darkness, waiting for something to move. And then he starts to hum. It isn't the beautiful, longing melody from the beach. It isn't the song of the golden goddess. It is a broken, fragmented thing. 3 notes, repeated over and over, jarring and dissonant. It sounds like a machine trying to remember what music is. Hum. Click. Hum. I shiver, burying my face in his fur. Outside, the tide rises, sealing the entrance with a wall of black water. We are cut off. There is no way out. I am warm. I am safe. I am protected by the most dangerous creature on the continent, and I have never been more terrified in my life. From the depths of the darkness of Protheka,
Or clawing up from the realms of fantasy.
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires.
demons,
Dark elves.
gods,
Minotaurs. Creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this Romantasy bundle will make it endless.
Chapter 6. Thyres. The tide has pulled back during the night, leaving the cave mouth open to the gray dawn. Thin light filters through the opening, turning the dripping walls silver and making the pooled water at the entrance shimmer like spilled mercury. The air is cold, thick with salt, and the iron scent of yesterday's blood. Mine, the orc's, hers where she scraped her palms on rock. I have not slept. All night I sat with my back to the stone, one arm locked around the little witch, the other resting on the haft of the ironwood spear. Every drip from the ceiling, every distant cry of a gull, every shift of her breathing against my ribs registered as potential threat. My pupils are still blown wide. The world remains edged in threat assessment geometry. But the golden haze is gone. The voice is gone. There is only the raw, animal wiring left behind. Possessive, territorial, hungry. She's still asleep against my chest, small and soft and trembling faintly even in dreams. Her black hair is matted with salt and sand. The peach ribbon hangs loose, half unpinned, ridiculous against the brutal reality of this place. Her cloak is torn at the shoulder. Beneath it, the thin wool dress clings to her body, damp from the cave's constant mist. My manhood has been hard since the moment I woke, painfully, angrily hard. Not the drugged, reverent ache of the spell. This is different. This is the body remembering violence and victory. This is the Minotaur who tore a steel jaw from a skull and dropped the corpse into the surf, now wanting to claim what he guarded. I shift my hips slightly. The movement drags the heavy length of me against the inside of my thigh, the flared head already slick. A low growl builds in my throat before I can stop it. Her eyes flutter open. For a heartbeat she freezes, wide brown eyes staring up at the horned shadow above her, remembering yesterday, remembering the blood, remembering the way I looked at a seagull like it was an assassin. Then she feels it, the thick ridge of my manhood pressed against her hip through the thin layers of wool and fur. Her breath catches, not fear, not entirely. Something darker flickers across her face, guilt, fascination, the same reckless hunger that made her pour forbidden magic into my skull in the first place. Thyres! Her voice is hoarse from yesterday's screaming. I don't answer with words. My hand, the one that isn't holding the spear, slides down her side, fingers curling into the damp wool over her hip. I drag the fabric up slowly, exposing the pale skin of her thigh inch by inch. Goose flesh rises in its wake. Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the Worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable.
After a long moment, she whispers, cracked and raw, "My prince." I huff against her skin, a sound that might be laughter, might be something darker. "Not yet, little witch," I murmur, "but I'm keeping you until you earn it." I don't pull out. I roll her so she's draped across my chest, still impaling her.
Chapter 7. Janus. I smell like a crime. It is a thick, cloying cocktail of scents that clings to my skin like oil. The musk of an aroused beast, the copper tang of orc blood, the ancient, rotting salt of the tidal cave, and underneath it all, the sweet, electric ozone of the spell I cast, the forbidden magic that turned a gentle singer into a killer. I stop at the shadow line, the invisible boundary that marks the territory of the Snowfall Glen Coven. Above me, the peaks of Praj tear at the grey belly of the sky. The wind screams through the passes, carrying snow that hits my face like buckshot. But I don't feel the cold. I feel the heat of Thires still radiating from my skin. I feel the phantom pressure of his massive hand on my neck. I cannot walk through the gates like this. The matriarch would smell the treason on me before I took 3 steps. I fall to my knees in the snow. I need to scrub myself clean, but water won't wash away a magical signature. I need a transformative cantrip. I hate transformative magic. It requires a tithe of pain to work. It demands that you unmake a part of yourself to build something new. I scoop up a handful of sharp, frozen gravel. I press it between my palms until the edges bite into my skin. I close my eyes and reach into the well of power in my blood. It feels different now. Darker, more turbulent than it did yesterday. The chaos I summoned on the beach has left a stain. Hide, I whisper. Shift. Cleanse. I push the magic outward. It feels like being skinned. A wave of invisible fire washes over me, burning away the scent, the sweat, the memory of the cave. I gasp, arching my back, my fingers digging into the frozen earth. It scrapes my aura raw, leaving me shivering and empty. When the sensation fades, I sniff my sleeve. Nothing. I smell like snow, wool, and fear. The smell of the Minotaur is gone. I stand up, my legs trembling. I smooth my skirt. I fix the vibrant peach ribbon in my hair. It is limp now, dampened by the mist, but I refuse to take it out. It is my crown. I walk toward the gates. The entrance to the coven is not a door. It is a fissure in the mountain, flanked by 2 towering spires of polished black stone. The rock is so dark it seems to absorb the light, pulling the shadows of the valley into itself. Standing guard between the spires is Bellona. She is a wall of a woman. She wears armour made of boiled leather and iron rings, scarred from 100 battles with the gargoyles before they were put to sleep. Her arms are bare despite the freezing temperature, the muscles distinct and hard as the mountain itself. She is cleaning a massive warhammer with a rag. She doesn't look up as I approach, but I know she knows I'm here. Bellona is a master of force magic. She can feel the displacement of the air when a snowflake lands wrong. "You're late, runt," she says. Her voice sounds like grinding gravel. I stop 5 feet away. My heart hammers a frantic rhythm against my ribs. Thump, 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 thump. Does she know? Can she see the violence in my eyes? I was gathering frostroot. I lie. The lie comes easier than I expected. In the lower valley, the drifts were deep. It took longer than I thought. Bellona stops polishing the hammer. She looks up. Her face is a map of violence. A thick white scar runs from her temple to her jaw, a souvenir from a gargoyle's claw. Her eyes are grey and flat, devoid of anything resembling sisterhood. "Frostroot," she repeats. She steps forward. She moves with a deceptive speed for someone so large. She reaches out and grabs my arm. Her grip is bruising. Her fingers dig into my bicep, finding the tender spot between the muscles. I stifle a cry, biting the inside of my cheek. "You smell like nothing," she says, leaning in close. Her breath smells of dried meat. "You scrubbed yourself. Why?" I fell," I stammer. "In the mud. I didn't want to track filth into the hall. Bellona stares at me. Her grip tightens. I can feel a bruise blooming under the wool of my cloak, a dark flower of pain. She is testing me. She is waiting for me to pull away, to cry, to use magic to defend myself. That is the Perna way. Power respects power, but I cannot use magic. If I push back, she might sense the chaos taint. So I stand there, limp, letting her hurt me. She sneers and shoves me away. I stumble, catching myself on the black stone of the gate. Weak, she spits. You're a waste of blood, Janus. Stray dogs get put down in the winter, you know. Don't give the matriarch a reason. She turns back to her hammer. Get inside. I scurry past her, clutching my arm. The pain is sharp, throbbing in time with my pulse. But as I pass into the tunnel, a strange, cold smile touches my lips. You think I am weak, I think. You think I am prey. But I am not prey anymore. I have a predator of my own. If I whispered the word, Theres would tear those black gates off their hinges. He would break Bellona's arm like a dry twig. The thought makes me dizzy. It is a dark, intoxicating power. I hold the secret close to my chest like a hidden dagger. The tunnel opens up into the Hall of Whispers. It is a cavernous space, hewn directly into the heart of the mountain. The ceiling is lost in shadow, hidden by drifting clouds of incense smoke. The walls are lined with tapestries depicting the Great War, scenes of Perna witches turning dark elves into stone, burning forests, drowning armies. A massive fire pit burns with blue magical flames. It provides no heat, only light. A ghostly, flickering illumination that makes everyone look like a corpse. My sisters are gathered there. There are only 30 of us left in the Snowfall Glen Coven. 30 women who are feared by kings and monsters alike. And then there is me. I keep my head down, heading for the spiral stairs that lead to the sleeping cells. I just want to disappear. Well, look who decided to grace us with her presence. The voice is like silk wrapped around a razor blade. I freeze. Valeria is lounging on a pile of furs near the fire. She looks impossible. While the rest of us wear grey wool and leather, Valeria wears a gown of deep crimson velvet, cut to show the expanse of her pale throat. She is the only one powerful enough to use fire magic to keep herself warm constantly, a display of arrogance that no one challenges. She is beautiful. Her hair is the colour of flame, spilling over her shoulders in perfect waves. Her eyes are bright green, cat-like and cruel. But her beauty is broken by the mouth. Her upper lip is split, a hair lip she was born with. Any of us could heal it with a simple flesh-knitting spell. I could fix it in 10 seconds. But Valeria refuses. She calls it her warrior's kiss. She wears the deformity like a medal, a sign that she doesn't need to be pretty to be terrifying. She sits up, swirling a goblet of wine. "Did you get lost, Janus?" she asks, her voice carrying across the silent hall. "Did you trip over your own shadow again? Or were you out talking to the squirrels, pretending they are your friends?" A few of the other witches snicker. Tacita, in the form of a large grey hound, looks up from the floor and yawns. I grip my bag tighter. "I was working, Valeria." "Working?" she mocks. She stands up and glides toward me. She moves like smoke. "Is that what we call it? I assumed you were out crying over one of your little human books." She stops in front of me. She is taller than me. Everyone is taller than me. She reaches out and flicks the golden peach ribbon in my hair. "Still playing dress-up," she whispers. "You look ridiculous, like a child wrapped in garbage." Heat floods my face. I want to slap her. I want to scream that I am not a child, that I have a lover who would worship the ground I walk on, a warrior who killed an orc with his bare hands just to keep me safe. But I bite my tongue. "Excuse me," I say quietly. "I need to put my supplies away." Valeria steps into my path. Her green eyes bore into mine. You smell funny, she says. My heart stops. I used a cleansing charm. No, she says. She leans in, sniffing. Underneath that, you smell excited. You smell like a secret. Her eyes narrow. What did you find out there, Janus? Before I can answer, before I can panic and give myself away, the air in the hall changes. The temperature drops 20 degrees in a single second. The bright blue flames in the pit stop flickering. They freeze in place, looking like jagged sculptures of glass. The silence that falls over the room is absolute. Matriarch Severina has entered. She doesn't walk. One moment, the space at the head of the hall is empty. The next, she is simply there. A master of space-time magic does not concern herself with the banality of crossing a room. She is tall and thin, skeletal almost. Her hair is stark white, pulled back so tightly it pulls at the skin of her face. She wears robes of black silk that seem to ripple even when she is still. Her eyes are voids, seeing moments that haven't happened yet. Valeria steps back from me immediately, bowing her head. Even she fears the matriarch. Report, Severina says. Her voice is not loud, but it vibrates in the stones of the floor. Bellona steps forward from the gate. Patrols are clear, matriarch. No gargoyle activity, no human incursions. Severina nods slowly. Then she turns her head. She looks directly at me. I feel like a butterfly pinned to a board. I cannot breathe. I cannot move. Janus, she says. Yes, matriarch, I squeak. She drifts toward me. Her feet do not seem to touch the ground. She stops where Valeria stood moments ago. She inhales deeply, her nostrils flaring. There is a disturbance in the weave, she says. Her voice is distant, distracted. A knot. Someone has pulled a thread they should not have touched. She looks at me. Her gaze feels like it is peeling back my skin, looking at the blood beneath. Chaos magic, she murmurs. It tastes thick on the wind today, violent, selfish. My knees shake. She knows I cast the spell. She is going to open a portal to the void and throw me in. I start to speak, but my throat closes up. Severina tilts her head. Have you felt it, child? The disruption? She isn't accusing me. She is asking me. She thinks I am too weak, too incompetent to cast a working chaos spell. She thinks I am just a censor, a canary in the coal mine. I felt a shiver, I whisper. By the cliffs, it felt like a storm coming. Severina studies me for a long moment. It feels like an eternity. I wonder if she is looking at my future, seeing the execution that awaits me. Then she turns away. A storm, she agrees. Perhaps. Go to your cell, Janus. You look exhausted. Weak things break when the storm comes. She dismisses me with a wave of her hand. The blue flames roar back to life. The temperature returns to normal. Go! Valeria hisses at me. I run. I don't look back. I scramble up the spiral stairs, my boots slipping on the stone. I run until I reach my cell, a tiny freezing room carved into the rock, with a slit for a window and a pallet of straw for a bed. I slam the heavy wooden door and slide the bolt home. I lean against the wood, sliding down until I hit the floor. I bury my face in my hands, gasping for air. They almost caught me. My heart is racing so fast it hurts. I trace the bruise on my arm where Bellona grabbed me. It throbs, hot and angry. But then the fear begins to shift. It twists, curling in my gut, transforming into something else. Excitement. I laugh. It is a wet, breathless sound. They think I am weak. They think I am nothing. Severina looks right at me and sees a frightened girl. Valeria looks at me and sees a victim. They don't know what I have. I crawl over to my pallet. I reach under the straw and pull out my secret stash. A silver comb I stole from a merchant 2 years ago. A bar of lavender soap wrapped in wax paper. A small, cracked hand mirror. I hold the soap to my nose and inhale. It smells of flowers and summer, the opposite of this damp, rotting cave. I am going to take these to him. I imagine Thyres sitting in the sea cave. I imagine him watching the door, waiting for me. I imagine the way his eyes go black when he looks at me, the way his hand feels on my neck. Heavy, possessive, undeniable. I am not weak. I am the only one here who is loved. I pack the items into a small leather satchel. My hands are steady now. The fear is gone, replaced by a desperate, hungry addiction. I will go back to him tonight. I will sneak out when the moon is hidden. I will let him hold me, and I will let him tell me I am safe, and I will forget about Bellona's bruise and Valeria's taunts. I lie down on the cold stone floor, hugging the satchel to my chest. Outside, the wind howls against the mountain, sounding like a wolf scratching at the door. But I am not afraid of wolves anymore. I have a monster of my own.
Chapter 8. Thyres. Time is not measured in minutes here. It is measured in the agonizing stretch of the wire that connects my heart to hers. When Janus is here, the wire is slack. It is a warm, golden pulse in the center of my chest, feeding me, keeping the fuzz in my head quiet. When she leaves, the wire pulls taut. It tightens until it hums, cutting into the meat of my soul, burning with a cold, white fire. She has been gone for 6 hours. I pace the length of the sea cave, 12 strides from the back wall to the waterline. Turn, 12 strides back. My claws click against the stone floor. Click, click, click. I look at the marks I have made. Deep, parallel gouges in the granite. I'm carving my anxiety into the earth. I try to sit. I try to be the minotaur I was yesterday. The one who could sit by a fire and watch the tide for hours without moving. I try to summon the memory of the song. I open my mouth, but the sound dies in my throat. I cannot remember the melody. I remember that there was a melody, a song about the sea and peace, but the notes are slippery. They slide away like eels in the dark. The only sound in my head is the drone. Protect. It is a constant, low-frequency vibration. It demands her presence. It demands visual confirmation of her safety. Where is she? Is she safe among the gray ones? I visualize the threats. The tall woman with the hammer. The one with the fire, the cliffs, the wind. My muscles coil. I should go to her. I should tear down the black gates of her coven and retrieve her. The wire pulls harder, urging me to move, to hunt, to retrieve. Wait, the logical part of my brain argues. Retrieval causes alarm. Alarm brings numbers. Numbers are a threat to her. So I wait. I sharpen my claws on the wall until sparks fly. I wait. Then the air changes. The smell hits me first. Lavender, sweat, and underneath it the sweet electric ozone of her. Thyres. Her voice is a whisper at the cave mouth. I move before I think. I cross the cave in a single bound. She is standing there, small and dark against the starlight, clutching a leather bag. I crash into her. I do not mean to be rough, but the relief is a physical force. I wrap my arms around her, lifting her off the ground, burying my face in her neck. Safe, I rumble into her skin. You are here. Safe. The wire deep in my chest goes slack. The burning stops. The golden light returns, flooding my vision, washing away the gray misery of the cave. I'm here, she laughs. It is a breathless sound, squeezed out of her by my grip. Put me down, you big lump. You're crushing me. I lower her slowly. I do not let go. I keep my hands on her shoulders, anchoring her. I need to inspect her. I need to verify structural integrity. I scan her face, pale but unhurt. eyes clear. I scan her body. My eyes stop on her left arm. There is a bruise blooming under the gray wool of her sleeve. I can smell the blood pooling under the skin. It is faint, but to me, it reeks like a signal fire. I pull back the sleeve. Purple, blue, the distinct impression of fingers. Damage, I say. The word comes out as a growl. The drone in my head spikes to a scream. Threat, assault, retribution. Who? I demand. I look at the cave entrance. Which one touched you? I picture the tall woman, the enforcer. I picture grabbing her arm and applying pressure until the bone snaps, mirroring the mark on Janus's skin. It is a pleasing image. It feels like justice. It's nothing, Janus says quickly. She pulls her sleeve down. Just Bologna. She grabbed me at the gate. Doesn't even hurt. It marks you, I snarl. She damaged my perimeter. I step toward the entrance. I'm going to find Bologna. I'm going to remove her hand so she can never touch the gold again. Thyre, stop! Janus steps in front of me. She places her small, pale hands on my chest. The heat of her touch seeps through my fur. It acts like a sedative. I brought you things, she says, her voice soft, crooning. Look. Don't be angry. Look what I brought. She opens the bag. She pulls out a bar of soap that smells like flowers, a mirror, a silver comb. For us, she says, to make it nice here. She holds up the comb. Sit. Let me groom you. The rage wars with the obedience. The rage wants blood. The obedience wants to please her. I sit. She stands behind me. She runs the silver comb through the fur of my neck. It pulls at the tangles. It feels strange, pointless, tactical in efficiency. But it keeps her close. I can feel her breath on my shoulder. See, she whispers. We are civilized. We are safe. I close my eyes. I focus on her heartbeat. Thump, thump. It is the only clock that matters. I want to walk, she says later. She has lit a small fire in the back of the cave, but the smoke is irritating her eyes. She is restless. She wants to see the stars. The wind is cold, I tell her. Thermal regulation is compromised outside. Please, Thyres, she pleads. She gazes up at me, her eyes reflecting the firelight. It's beautiful out tonight. The moon is full. Just a short walk, along the ridge. I weigh the risks. The cave is secure, but she is unhappy. Unhappiness is a form of distress. Distress must be alleviated. We stay within the perimeter, I say. Close formation. We leave the cave. The night is freezing. The sky is a vast, indifferent void, punctured by the cold light of stars. The moon hangs low and heavy, illuminating the landscape in stark monochrome. Oh, look, Janus sighs. She squeezes my hand. It's magical, like diamonds on the rocks. I look at the rocks. I do not see diamonds. I see frost. Surface analysis. Slippery. Low friction. Fall hazard. Watch your footing, I mutter, tightening my grip on her hand. I do not hold her hand for affection. I hold it to create a tactical linkage. If she slips, I can arrest her fall instantly. If a threat appears, I can pull her behind my bulk in 0.4 seconds. You're so tense, she says, leaning against my arm. Look at the moon, Thyres. Isn't it romantic? I look at the moon. Illumination levels, high. Shadow depth, high. Ambush potential, significant. The moon is a spotlight. It exposes us. It makes her a target. I hate the moon. It is bright, I say. It ruins night vision. She laughs. She thinks I am joking. She thinks I am a grumpy soldier playing a part. She does not understand that I am scanning every shadow, every crevice, calculating the kill box for threats that haven't appeared yet. We crest a small ridge. The snow here is deeper, pristine white. Janus stops. She gasps. Look, she whispers. I follow her gaze. 50 yards away, standing on a protrusion of rock, is a wolf. It is a snow wolf, native to Praj. It is large, with white fur that blends perfectly into the drifts. Only its eyes give it away. Yellow, intelligent, hungry. It is not moving. It is simply standing there, the wind ruffling its ruff. It's beautiful, Janus breathes. So majestic. It's watching us. Target identified. The data floods my mind. Species: Canis lupus albus. Predator. Pack hunter. Others likely nearby. Jaw strength: sufficient to crush human bone. Speed: fast. It is looking at her. Its ears are swiveled forward. Its muscles are tensed under the fur. It is calculating. It is wondering if the small, soft thing wrapped in gray wool tastes good. It is a threat. It's like a guardian of the mountain, Janus says, stepping forward. The wolf shifts its weight. That is enough. I drop Janus's hand. Thyres, she says. I'm already moving. I cover the 50 yards in 3 seconds. I move low, a battering ram of muscle and silence. The snow muffles my hoofbeats. The wolf sees me too late. It tries to turn, to yelp a warning to its pack. But I am there. I do not use a weapon. I do not need one. I reach out, grabbing the wolf by the scruff of its neck and its hindquarters. Leverage. Torque. Snap. I twist. There is a sharp crack, like a dry branch stepping on a winter night. The wolf goes limp instantly. The light leaves its yellow eyes. I drop the carcass in the snow. I stand there breathing the cold air, scanning the ridge for the rest of the pack. They are there. I can smell them. But they are retreating. They have seen what happened to their scout. They know I am the apex here. Thyres! Janus runs toward me. She slides in the snow, falling to her knees beside the dead wolf. She looks at the animal. Its neck is twisted at an unnatural angle. Its tongue lolls out. It looks small now, just a pile of fur. She stares up at me. Her face is pale. Her eyes are wide with shock. Why? She cries. It was just standing there. It didn't do anything. I look at her, confused. Does she not understand? It had teeth, I say. I point to the wolf's open mouth. The fangs are white and sharp. It is a predator, Janus. It eats meat. It wasn't attacking, she argues. Tears are forming in her eyes. It was just watching. Looking is the first step of hunting, I explain patiently. It was evaluating you. It was deciding if you were prey. I step closer to her. My shadow falls over her and the dead wolf. I remove the decision, I say. I wait for her to scream. I wait for her to run. I have just killed a beautiful thing because it dared to look at her. I am a monster. The old Thyres would have wept for the wolf, but the old Thyres is dead. Janus stares at me. She looks at the blood on my hand, wolf blood, hot and red against my dark fur. Then her expression changes. The horror melts away. It is replaced by something else, something dark and soft. She stands up. She reaches out. She takes my hand. She pulls it toward her face. She uses the sleeve of her cloak to wipe the blood from my knuckles. She cleans me. You, she whispers. You really won't let anything hurt me, will you? Nothing, I vow. The word is iron. Not the cold. Not the wolves. Not the coven. She presses her cheek against my clean hand. She closes her eyes. My hero, she says. The word settles into the lock in my chest. It fits perfectly. I look at the dead wolf. I feel no regret. I feel only the satisfaction of a job done. The perimeter is clear. The gold is safe. Let's go back, I say. The wind is picking up. She nods. She steps over the wolf's body without looking down again. She takes my hand and we walk back toward the cave, leaving a trail of footprints and death in the pristine snow.
Chapter 9. Janus. The moon is a cold silver coin hung low over the black water. It paints a broken road of light across the restless surface, and the waves come in slow, heavy rolls, hissing as they claw at the black sand. Theres walks ahead of me, massive silhouette cutting through the moonlight like a ship under full sail. He hasn't spoken since the ridge, since the wolf, since I watched him snap its neck with the same calm efficiency he used to gut fish. I should be horrified. I should be running. Instead, my blood is singing. The bruise on my arm throbs in time with my heartbeat, a dull reminder of Bellona's grip, of the Coven's cold hands. But every time I look at Theres' broad back, every time I remember the wet crack of bone and the way he dropped the wolf without hesitation, that throb turns into something hotter, something wetter. He stops near the surf. The water surges around his hooves, dark and foaming. He turns, eyes still blown wide, still scanning the night for threats that aren't there. "Come," he says, not a request, a command wrapped in velvet. I step forward. The first touch of sea is ice against my ankles. I gasp. He reaches out immediately, steadying me with one enormous hand around my waist. "You're cold," he growls. "I'm fine." He doesn't believe me. He never believes me when I say I'm fine. He lifts me like I weigh nothing, hands under my thighs, spreading me around his hips. My torn dress rides up, the wool bunches at my waist. Cold air kisses the slick heat between my legs, and I whimper into his neck. He carries me deeper. The water climbs. First my calves, then my knees, then my thighs. When it reaches the place where we're joined, I feel the sudden, shocking cold lap against my exposed sex. I jerk, nails digging into his shoulders. "Theres." Quiet. He keeps walking until the water is at his chest, and I'm floating against him, legs locked around his waist, arms around his thick neck. The current rocks us gently. His fur is soaked, heavy, clinging to the slabs of muscle beneath. I can feel every ridge of him pressed against my belly, the thick, heavy manhood already hard and throbbing between us. He walks us out until the seafloor drops away and there's nothing beneath his hooves. Then he simply floats, holding me, letting the sea cradle us both. The moonlight turns his horns into silver scythes. His eyes are black pools, reflecting nothing but me. "You killed for me tonight," I whisper against his muzzle. "I will kill for you every night." The words should terrify me. Instead, they make my whole clench around nothing. I reach between us, fingers finding the thick base of him. He's scolding even in the freezing water. I stroke upward, slow, deliberate, feeling the heavy veins, the flared ridge, the blunt head already weeping into the sea. He growls low in his throat. The sound vibrates through the water, through my bones. "Little witch," he rumbles. "You tempt fate." "I want you inside me," I breathe. "Right here, right now, with the whole ocean watching."
As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable.
The water is cold, but between us we burn.
Chapter 10. Theres. The wind changes direction at dawn. It shifts from the clean, biting salt of the ocean to a southerly draft coming off the land. It crawls into the mouth of the cave, heavy and sluggish, carrying news from the world above. I smell it before I hear it. It is not the smell of the Coven, that crisp scent of ozone, snow, and burning herbs. It is not the smell of the orcs, grease and stale iron. It is the smell of a wound that will not close. It smells of copper, of sweet, fermenting fruit, of wet earth turning into mud. It is the sticky scent of biology breaking down, of cells rupturing and leaking their secrets into the air. Rot. I stop pacing. I stand in the cave, my head lowered, my nostrils flaring. I taste the air. Threat assessment. Biological. Airborne range unknown. Source. Living tissue. The silence in my head. The beautiful, static silence that the gold gave me. Ripples. A low, warning drone begins to vibrate at the very base of my skull. Something is dying up there, and death spreads. I look at the nest of furs where Janus sleeps. She is gone. She left an hour ago to return to the gray ones for the morning council. The furs are still impressed with her shape. I can see the hollow where her head lay. The smell is drifting toward that hollow. A growl builds in my chest, involuntary and deep. I move to the furs. I sweep the air with my hands, trying to push the scent away. It is futile. You cannot fight the wind, but you can stop the source. I turn to the cave entrance. The tide is out. The wet rocks glisten like teeth in the gray morning light. I need to find the source. I need to close the wound. I start toward the exit. The wire sitting in my chest pulls tight. It burns. Directive. Remain. Secure the perimeter. Wait for the gold. I stop. My muscles lock. I'm a machine with two conflicting commands. Destroy the threat versus hold the position. I vibrate with the tension. I claw at the stone wall, shredding a patch of lichen. Come back, I whisper to the empty cave. Come back so I can close the door. She comes back 10 minutes later. I hear her boots on the loose shale of the path. She is moving fast, stumbling. My heart hammers a warning rhythm. Is she pursued? Is she damaged? I move to the entrance, hiding in the shadows, ready to ambush whatever is chasing her. Janus bursts into the cave. She is alone. She is breathless, her face flushed red from the cold and the exertion. Her eyes, those brown eyes that the light has turned into pools of endless depth, are wide with panic. She brings the smell with her. It clings to her gray wool cloak. It is faint, just a trace, but to me, it screams. She has been near the rot. Thyres! She gasps. She leans against the wall, pressing a hand to her chest. I'm on her in a second. I do not hug her. I grab her shoulders, spinning her around, checking her back, her neck, her hands. You are contaminated, I say. My voice is harsh. Where did you touch it? What? She pulls away, confused. Thyres, stop, I'm not hurt. The smell, I snarl. The sweet rot. It is on you. I grab the hem of her cloak. I rip it from her shoulders. The wool tears with a sharp sound. I bunch it up and throw it into the corner, away from her skin. Thyres! She shouts, pushing me back. Listen to me. It's not me. It's a messenger, a boy. I freeze. A carrier, I correct her. He collapsed at the boundary stones, she says, the words spilling out of her. Just now. I saw him from the ridge. He's sick, bleeding from his eyes. He says Camp Hope is dying. He says they're melting. Melting. The data slot into place. Threat. The weeping rust. Vector. Fluid contact. Lethality. High. I know this sickness. I saw it once in the slave quarters of Milthar. It takes a strong bull and turns him into a puddle of red slush in 3 days. It is efficient. It is merciless. And it is here. At the boundary. Less than a mile from where the gold sleeps. He's breathing the air, I say. He's dying, Janus says, her voice trembling. He crawled all this way to beg for help. I look at her. She is distressed. Her distress creates a spike of white noise in my head. I must alleviate the distress. I must remove the cause. I will handle it, I say. I turn toward the entrance. I check the position of the sun. The wind is blowing south, I state calmly. If I move now, I can intercept him before he breaches the inner perimeter. Janus blinks. Intercept? You mean, bring him in? We can't bring him here, Thyres. He's contagious. I stop. I look back over my shoulder. I do not intend to bring him here, I say. I intend to sanitize the area. She stares at me. She does not understand. I will remove his head, I explain, using small words so she can grasp the tactical necessity. Then I will burn the body. Then I will burn the soil for 20 yards in every direction. The fire will kill the rot. It is a simple equation. 1 life to save the gold. It is a bargain I would make 1,000 times. Janus's face goes pale. The color drains from her lips. Kill him, she whispers. He's a child. He came for help. He is a vector, I say. He is a biological weapon walking toward you. He is a threat. I turn back to the door. The urgency is clawing at my insides. Every breath the boy takes is a chance for the sickness to jump. I need to go. Now. No, Janus says. I ignore her. I take a step. Thyres! She screams. No! I forbid it! The command hits me like a physical blow. It isn't just sound. It is a hook in my spine. It yanks me backward. My legs seize up. My lungs freeze. I stumble, catching myself on the wall of the cave. The stone scrapes my palm, but I barely feel it. The pain is inside. It is a golden fire burning through my nervous system, overriding every impulse, every instinct. Obey. I gasp, fighting against my own body. I try to lift my foot. I try to move toward the threat. I cannot. I am a statue carved of meat and obedience. I turn my head slowly. It takes every ounce of strength I possess to look at her. He is dangerous, I grind out. My jaw aches from the effort of speaking against the command. He will kill you. Janus is pressing her hands to her mouth. She looks horrified. She is staring at me not with love, but with fear. Why is she afraid? I'm trying to save her. Why does she stop me? You can't just kill people, she says, her voice shaking. That's not what heroes do. We help them. He is already dead, I argue. The static bouncing around in my head is deafening. The rust does not let go. He is just a bomb waiting to go off. Stay here, she orders. The lock snaps shut. Click. My feet root to the floor. I couldn't leave this cave now if the ocean flooded it. I am tethered. I have to go to the council, she says. She is backing away from me toward the exit. She looks at the cloak I threw in the corner, then decides to leave it. I have to see what the matriarch decides. Maybe we can cure him. Janus, I plead. Do not go near him. Do not breathe his air. Stay, she repeats. She turns and runs. She runs back up the path, back toward the danger, back toward the sickness. And I stay. I am alone in the dark. The silence of the cave is heavy. The drip of water from the ceiling sounds like a clock counting down. Plink, plink, plink. I stand in the spot where she commanded me to stay for a long time. My muscles tremor with the phantom energy of the violence I was not allowed to commit. I failed. The threat is still out there. The boy is breathing. The rot is spreading. And the gold has walked right into it. I feel a pressure building behind my eyes. It is the pressure of the unused weapon. I was forged to break things. When I cannot break the threat, the energy turns inward. It starts to break me. I need to do something. I need to prepare. If I cannot go to the threat, I must prepare for the threat to come to me. I break the command's hold on my feet enough to move to the driftwood pile. I find a piece of timber. It is the limb of a black pine, cured by the salt water, hard as iron. I sit down. I extend my claws. I begin to carve. I strip the bark away in long, curling ribbons. I find the grain of the wood. I begin to shape one end into a point. Whittle, scrape, smooth. The wood shavings pile up around my hooves. My mind loops on the image of the boy. I picture his eyes bleeding. I picture him reaching out a hand to touch Janus's skirt. I picture the sickness jumping like a spark. I carve faster. The wood groans under my claws. I shape the point until it is needle sharp. I test it against the pad of my thumb. It draws a bead of dark blood. Good. If the sickness comes here, I will not be helpless. You cannot fight a disease with a spear, they say. I disagree. A disease lives in blood. If you spill all the blood, the disease has nowhere to live. I will wait for Janus. I will watch her for signs. A cough, a flush of the skin, a drop of red from the eye. And if the Grey Ones bring the boy here, if they bring the rot into my perimeter, I grip the stake until the wood creaks. I will not listen to the command next time. I will not let her voice stop me. I will burn the world to ash before I let the gold tarnish. Plink. I stare at the cave entrance. I wait for the wind to change again. I wait for the smell of death to get closer.
Chapter 11. Janus. I run all the way to the black gates, my lungs burning as the cold air scrapes against my throat like broken glass. But I do not slow down. I have to believe that Thyres is wrong about the danger, because if he is right, then the world is already ending. He is a creature of the fighting pits who sees every shadow as an assassin, but we are Perna. We are the keepers of the old magic, the guardians of this frozen continent, and we do not kill children simply because they are sick. I tell myself this lie over and over as I slip through the fissure in the rock, trying to summon the arrogance of a witch who believes she can fix anything. The tunnel leading to the Hall of Whispers is unusually quiet, devoid of the usual guards, and the air smells different here. It smells of ozone and incense, yes, but underneath it, the metallic tang of the weeping rust has penetrated even these stone walls. Bursting into the hall, I skid to a halt on the polished stone, my breath catching in my chest at the sight before me. The deep blue flames in the central pit are burning low, casting long, dancing shadows against the tapestries, and the entire coven is gathered in a wide circle, standing well back from the centre of the room, like spectators at a gruesome play. In the middle of the polished black floor lies the boy, who cannot be more than 16 years old. He wears the rough-spun tunic of a human farmer, stained with mud and sweat, and he is trying to crawl, dragging himself across the stone while leaving a wet, copper-coloured trail behind him. I clamp a hand over my mouth to stifle a gasp, because the rust has taken him completely. His skin is grey and translucent, like parchment soaked in water, but his eyes are gone, replaced by pools of thick, orange fluid that leaks down his cheeks. "Please," the boy rasps, his voice wet and gurgling as he reaches out a trembling hand. "Help us." I step forward, my heart breaking at the sight, desperate to cast a life ward to stabilise him, but a hand shoots out and grabs my shoulder. It is Morta, the old crone hunched over with a glass vial in her free hand, her eyes gleaming with a terrifying scientific curiosity rather than pity. "Stay back, you fool," she hisses, her grip tightening on my wool cloak. "It's airborne in the final stages, and I won't have you breathing it in before I can study the sample." I pull away from her, revulsion churning in my gut as I look back at the dying boy. "He's dying, Morta. We have to help him, not study him." "He is dissolving," she corrects me, licking her lips as she watches a drop of rust fall from the boy's chin. Fascinating, really. The rate of cellular decay is accelerated by 300%. I wonder, does it liquefy the marrow first, or the brain? "Help him." Valeria's voice floats across the circle, dripping with disdain. She's standing by the fire, holding a scented handkerchief to her nose, looking at the boy with the same expression she wears when she steps in mud. "Look at him, Janus. He's dripping on the matriarch's floor. You can't fix a melted candle, and you certainly shouldn't invite it into the parlour." "We can try," I argue, my voice rising as I glare at them. "We are witches. We control reality. We don't just stand here and watch." "We control our reality. Valeria says smoothly, examining her manicure. Let the humans rot in theirs. It's the natural order of things. The boy coughs, a violent spasm that splatters a spray of rust across the pristine stone, and he collapses onto his chest, wheezing. Camp, Hope, he gurgles, clutching at the floor. My sister, please. I look around the circle at 30 faces, 30 women who can call lightning and shape stone, and not one of them is moving. They are watching him die with a detached boredom that chills me more than the winter wind. Anger, hot and white, flares in my chest, because this is not the sisterhood I read about in my stories. This is a nest of vipers watching a mouse drown. Enough. The word is soft, but it cuts through the murmuring and silences the room instantly. Matriarch Severina descends the dais steps, her black robes trailing behind her like smoke, and she does not cover her nose or show a flicker of fear. She walks straight toward the boy, stopping only when the hem of her dress is inches from his outstretched, rotting hand. The boy looks up, or tries to, peering through the fluid leaking from his sockets. Mistress, he weeps, his voice cracking. Mercy. Severina looks down at him, her face a mask of porcelain indifference that shows neither kindness nor cruelty. You have brought a plague to my doorstep, child, she says calmly. That was poor manners. Severina, please, I call out, stepping into the circle and ignoring Morta's hiss of warning. We have the medical stores. We have restoration scrolls. If we isolate him, we can purge the blood. Severina turns her head, and her void-like eyes bore into me, stripping away my courage. And risk the coven? She asks, her voice devoid of emotion. For what? A short-lived human who will be dead in 40 years anyway. Because it's right, I scream, the words tearing out of my throat. The matriarch sighs, a sound of profound boredom, as if I have asked her to explain the alphabet. Right is a fairy tale, Janus. Survival is reality. She turns back to the boy, who is shivering violently on the cold stone. He asked for mercy, she says. I will grant it. She raises her hand, but she does not gather the green light for healing or the white light of purification. Her hand glows with a violet, distorted haze that makes the air ripple around her fingers. Space-time magic, the most dangerous discipline of all. Time is a river, she whispers, tilting her hand forward. Let us swim to the end. She pushes her magic into the space the boy occupies, and the air shimmers with a sickening distortion. It happens in seconds, a horror show played in fast forward. The boy screams, but the sound warps, pitching up into a high, frantic squeal like a tape reel spun too fast. His hair turns white and falls out in clumps, drifting to the floor like snow. His skin dries and cracks like old leather left in the sun, the wet rust on his face hardening into a dark crust. His flesh sinks inward, consumed by decades of decay in the span of a single heartbeat, his muscles withering to string and dust. And then, he is gone. A pile of grey ash and dry bones sits on the black stone floor, where a breathing boy lay moments ago. The wet trail of rust has evaporated into nothingness. Severina lowers her hand, the violet light fading from her fingertips. Clean that up, she says to Morta, gesturing vaguely at the remains. And burn the bones. We cannot have contaminants. The silence in the hall is deafening, and I am shaking so hard my teeth chatter. She didn't heal him. She just fast-forwarded his death so she wouldn't have to listen to him anymore, erasing his suffering by erasing his existence. The camp, I whisper, my voice trembling. He said Camp Hope is dying. Severina ascends the stairs to her throne and sits, arranging her robes with regal precision. Camp Hope is a liability, she announces to the room. If the rust is there, it is already a graveyard. She looks at Bellona, who has appeared from the shadows like a loyal dog. Seal the gates, full lockdown. No one enters, no one leaves. Raise the storm shield. Yes, matriarch, Bellona says, striking her fist against her chest in salute. But the people! I step forward again, crying now, tears of rage hot on my cheeks. There are families there, children. If we seal the gates, we trap them with the sickness. We are sentencing them to death. Better them than us, Valeria says, examining her nails as if checking for chips. Let the weeds wither, Janus. It makes the garden stronger. You're monsters, I say, the realization hitting me with the force of a physical blow. All of you. Valeria laughs, a sharp, jagged sound. Oh, sweetie, we're not monsters. We're the top of the food chain. You should try climbing it sometime. Severina looks at me from her throne, her expression unreadable. Go to your cell, Janus, she says, her voice turning to ice. Do not speak of this again. The coven survives. That is the only law. I look at the pile of dust that used to be a boy, then at the women who call themselves my sisters. I turn and run, fleeing the hall before I scream or vomit. I slam the heavy wooden door of my cell and throw the bolt, leaning against it as I slide to the floor. I pace the tiny room, my hands tangled in my hair, wanting to break something, wanting to tear the tapestries from the walls. Survival is reality. That's what she said. It is a coward's philosophy disguised as wisdom. I think of Thyres standing in the cave, carving a wooden stake to protect me, looking at the seagull with murder in his eyes. I thought I had made him a monster, that I had broken his beautiful soul. But Thyres wanted to kill the boy to save me. He was willing to become a butcher to keep me safe, his violence born of love. Twisted, manufactured love perhaps, but love nonetheless. Severina and Valeria. Their violence is born of nothing but cold, empty indifference. They let that boy die not because they had to, but because helping him was inconvenient. Who is the real monster here? I stop pacing and look at the small window slit, seeing the storm shield rising outside. A dome of crackling energy is forming over the glen, locking us in, sealing our indifference inside with us. No, I whisper. I won't be like them. I go to my shelf and pull down my satchel, my hands moving with sudden purpose. I am not cold. I am not cruel. I am the heroine of this story, and heroines do not let innocent people melt into puddles of rust just to stay comfortable. I grab my grimoire of healing and my pouches of herbs, shoving them into the bag. I can save them. I know the counterspell for blood rot, even if it is difficult and requires a massive amount of energy. But I can't do it alone. The camp will be panicked, and the people will be dangerous because the rust makes them delirious and violent. I need a bodyguard. I need someone who can hold back a riot while I work the magic. Someone who sees the world as threats and targets. I need a knight. I touch the peach ribbon in my hair, feeling the silk against my fingers. Thyres said he would burn the world for me. He said he would clear the path. Well, I have a path for him now, and it leads straight into the nightmare. I am going to break the lockdown. I am going to sneak out of the glen, go down to the sea cave, and get my beast. They want to talk about monsters. Fine, I'll show them a monster. But my monster is going to save the world, whether he wants to or not. I throw the cloak over my shoulders and check the hallway, finding it empty. I slip out of the cell, moving like a shadow, done asking for permission. Camp Hope is dying, and I am the only one coming.
Escape this world and step into one where romance and magic intertwine across realms, with stories that are not just standalone tales, but part of a vast, interconnected universe.
Imagine not just one, but 100 stories, where characters, destinies, and legends cross paths in unexpected ways.
100 audiobooks from the Romantasy 100 book bundle.
These aren't just isolated stories. They share themes, worlds, and threads that make every journey feel part of something grander.
Fated lovers, ancient prophecies, and the delicate balance between power and passion.
Get all of these stories today for a mind-blowing 90% off. That's right, 100 audiobooks for the price of 10.
800 hours of audio where these alpha males prove just how puny the human men of Protheka are. 12 complete series where they show their human women what they've been missing and more.
One-time purchase, lifetime access to a universe of interconnected magic and romance.
Protheka's magic is eternal. With the Romantasy 100 book bundle, your pleasure will be too. Chapter 12. Thyres. I am sitting in the dark, sharpening a piece of black pine against the cave wall. Scrape, scrape, scrape. The sound is rhythmic, soothing in a way the silence is not. The wood is hard, cured by salt and time, but my claws are harder. I've shaped the end into a point fine enough to slip between the ribs of a sick boy, or a sick man, or whatever horror the wind brings to the threshold. The smell of the rot is still out there. It hangs in the air like a suspended poison, faint but undeniable. Every time the wind gusts into the cave mouth, my muscles lock, and the golden wire in my chest hums a warning note. Threat. Proximity. Unknown. I test the point of the stake against my thumb. A bead of dark blood wells up, perfectly round. Good. If the sickness comes, I will bleed it out. I will make the cave a sterile zone. Suddenly, footsteps crunch on the shale outside. They are frantic, stumbling, heavy with panic. My head snaps up. The stake is in my hand, raised and ready, before I even consciously register the movement. I slide into the shadows near the entrance, my breathing silenced, my heart slowing to the combat rhythm of the arena. I am not a person. I'm a trap waiting to be sprung. A figure bursts through the archway, silhouetted against the gray evening light. I coil, preparing to launch. I calculate the trajectory, center mass, drive the stake upward under the sternum. Thyres! The voice stops me in mid-motion. It is her. The adrenaline dumps into my system, turning sour. I skid to a halt, my hooves carving gouges into the stone floor, the stake still raised. Jaina stands there, breathless, her chest heaving. She smells of the coven, incense and ozone, but beneath it, the smell of fear is pungent and sharp. You are moving too fast, I growl, lowering the weapon but not dropping it. You sound like prey. Prey attracts predators. She doesn't even look at the stake in my hand. She rushes past me to the back of the cave, to the pile of furs where she keeps her satchel. She is frantic, her movements jerky and uncoordinated. She starts shoving things into the bag, her grimoire, the pouches of dried herbs, the silver comb. We have to go, she says, her voice tight. Right now. Pack your gear. I watch her. A sense of relief washes over me. She has sensed the danger. She has realized that the rot is too close, that the perimeter is compromised. We are extracting. We are leaving this cursed coast and moving south, away from the sickness. Agreed, I say. I drop the stake. I do not need it if we are leaving. The tide is low. We can move along the shoreline until we reach the White Cliffs. The wind there is clean. Janus stops. She turns to look at me, clutching a bundle of sage to her chest. Her eyes are wide, manic. No, she says. Not south. We're going to Camp Hope. The words hit me like a physical slap. Camp Hope, the source of the smell, the center of the decay. My brain stutters. I stare at her, trying to process the data. Why would the gold want to walk into the fire? Why would the asset willfully enter a contamination zone? That is the vector, I state slowly as if speaking to a calf. The sickness is there. If we go there, we breach safety protocols. People are dying, Thyres, she snaps, throwing the sage into her bag. The Coven sealed the gates. They're letting them rot. I'm the only one who can save them. Let them rot, I say. It is not cruel. It is logical. If they rot, the sickness dies with them. It is a containment strategy. I am not letting them die! She screams the words, and the echo bounces off the damp walls. We are going. You said you would clear the path. Well, the path leads to the camp. Are you coming, or do I have to drag you? She shoulders the bag and marches toward the exit. She passes within inches of me. I can feel the heat of her determination, but it feels like madness to me. She is walking toward death. The wire pulls taut. It burns. I cannot let her go alone. The command overrides the logic. Protect the gold. Even if she is walking into a furnace, I must be the shield. I grab my spear, a heavy shaft of ironwood I scavenged days ago. I let out a low, frustrated roar that shakes dust from the ceiling. I am coming, I snarl. I move in front of her, blocking the wind with my body. I am not happy, but I am hers. The trek is a nightmare of cold and resistance. Praj is not a land meant for travel in the winter. The snow in the lower valley is waist-deep, a heavy, wet blanket that sucks at the legs and freezes the blood. The wind has picked up, howling down from the peaks, driving ice crystals into any exposed skin. I take the lead. I have to. I lower my head, tucking my chin against my chest, and I plow. My massive shoulders act as a battering ram, smashing through the drifts, carving a trench in the white landscape. My breath plumes out in thick clouds of steam, vanishing instantly in the gale. Behind me, Janus struggles. She is Purna, but she is small. The trench I leave is wide enough for her, but the snow is treacherous. Every few hundred yards I hear her gasp and flounder as she slips on hidden ice or sinks into a soft pocket. I stop. I turn back. She is face down in the snow, her gray cloak spread out like a broken wing. She is shivering violently. I do not feel pity. Pity is inefficient. I feel urgency. Every second she spends in the snow is a second her core temperature drops. I march back to her. I reach down and grab the back of her cloak. I hoist her into the air with one hand. Up, I grunt. She dangles there for a second, coughing, wiping snow from her face. She looks fragile, breakable. I can walk, she chatters, her teeth clicking together. You are slow, I tell her. Speed is safety. I set her on her feet, but I keep a hand on her shoulder, propelling her forward. I treat her like luggage, like a valuable package that must be delivered intact. She leans into my strength, too exhausted to argue. Why are we doing this? I ask, my voice rumbling over the wind. This is tactical suicide. You are risking the asset. I'm not an asset, Thyres, she shouts back, her voice thin against the gale. I'm a healer. It's what I do. It's who I am. You are gold, I correct her. Gold does not mix with rust. Gold stays clean. Not this gold, she says stubbornly. This gold gets her hands dirty. I shake my head, turning back to the snow. I strike a drift with my spear, shattering the crust. She does not understand. She thinks she is the hero of her story. She does not realize she is the prize, and I am the vault, and the vault is not supposed to walk into the thieves' den. We crest a rise, and the wind hits us full force. We're getting closer. I can smell it now. The scent is stronger, cloying and sweet. It tastes like copper on my tongue. Thyres, she calls out. Wait, we need a plan. I stop. I plant my spear in the snow and turn to face her. I have a plan, I say. She looks hopeful. She wipes her runny nose with a frozen mitten. You do? Yes, I say. The rot is biological. It lives in the blood and the breath of the humans. I point toward the valley below us, where the faint lights of Camp Hope are flickering in the gloom. We lock the doors of the longhouses, I explain calmly. We barricade the exits. Then we use the oil from the supply shed. We burn the camp. Janus stares at me. The wind whips her hair around her face, but she is frozen still. What? She whispers. Fire is clean, I continue, warming to the logic. It is a good plan. It is the only plan that guarantees her safety. It sterilizes. If we burn the hosts, the parasite dies. We can be done in an hour. The smoke will carry the sickness away, and you will not have to touch them. I look at her, expecting her to see the brilliance of it. It solves the problem. It protects the gold. "Are you insane?" she screams. She steps back from me, horror written on every line of her face. "They are people. They are sick families. You want to burn them alive?" "They are already dead," I argue. "The boy dissolved. These ones will dissolve too. I'm offering a cleaner death, and I'm ensuring you do not melt." "No!" She stomps her foot in the snow. "No burning! No killing! We are saving them, Thyres! We are pulling the sickness out!" "That requires contact," I growl. My chest wire hums, agitated. "Contact is unacceptable. I cannot allow you to touch the vector." I take a step toward her. I need to make her understand. I need to pick her up and carry her away from this place, by force if necessary. I am the protector. I know what is best. "We are leaving," I say. I reach for her arm. "Stop." She raises her hand. Her eyes flare with that deep, unnatural blue light. "I command you," she shouts. "You will not hurt them. You will not burn the camp. You will help me heal them." The voice hits me. It is not a sound. It is a spike driven into the bottom of my skull. Agony. My nervous system shorts out. A bolt of white-hot pain arcs down my spine, locking every muscle in my body. I gasp, my back arching, my claws digging into the handle of my spear until the wood cracks. Override. 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 The directive to protect clashes with the directive to obey. My brain tries to fight it. Burning the camp is protection. Helping her is danger. The logic loops, screaming, grinding against the magic she put inside me. I fall to one knee in the snow. I retch, dry and painful. "Thyres?" Her voice softens. The panic bleeds out of it. She steps closer. "Thyres, I didn't mean to hurt you. But you have to listen." I look up at her. My vision is swimming with static. The pain is receding, leaving a dull, throbbing ache in my bones. "You command," I rasp. "Yes," she says. She touches my cheek. Her hand is cold. "I command. We save them. We do not burn them. Do you understand?" I shudder. The leash tightens. The collar snaps shut. "I understand," I say. The words taste like ash. I stand up slowly. My legs feel heavy. I look down at the valley. I hate it. I hate the lights. I hate the humans waiting down there to infect her. But I cannot burn them. She has locked the weapon. "Fine," I say. "We save them." I turn and begin to walk again. I move stiffly. The glitch in my head is still firing, a low-level warning that I'm walking into a trap I'm forbidden to spring. We reach the final ridge 10 minutes later. Below us, Camp Hope is a scar on the snow. It is a collection of tents and rough timber shacks, surrounded by a palisade of logs. The snow inside the walls is not white. It is trampled brown mud. And the smell. Up close, it is a physical wall. It hits us as we crest the hill. It smells of feces, of old blood, of sweet, fermenting rot. It makes my eyes water. Janus gags, pulling her scarf up over her nose. "Oh, gods," she whispers. "It's strong." I step protectively in front of her. I expand my chest, making myself as wide as possible. "Stay behind me," I order. She doesn't argue this time. She steps into my shadow. "Do not touch anything," I say, scanning the perimeter. I see movement near the gate. Sluggish, shambling shapes. "Do not breathe deeply. If anyone moves toward you fast, I will put them down. Non-lethally," I add quickly, feeling the constraint of her command. "But I will put them down." I look at the camp. It is a pit of disease. It is a death trap. "Walk close," I tell her. I grip my spear. I'm not a healer. I'm a hazmat suit made of muscle and hate, and I am taking the gold into the rot.
Chapter 13. Janus. We walk into Camp Hope, but there is no hope here, only the suffocating stench of mud, excrement, and the sweet, cloying odour of the rust. The camp is a shanty town of tattered canvas tents and leaning timber shacks huddled against the wind, sinking slowly into a quagmire of filth that sucks at my boots with every step. There are no fires burning in the central pits, and the only sound is the low, wet moaning of the dying that drifts from the darkened shelters like a fog. As we pass through the broken gate, a few figures stumble out of the shadows, their eyes wide and terrified. They do not look at me with relief or gratitude. They look past me, staring up at the 7-foot wall of muscle and fur walking at my shoulder. Theres lets out a low, vibrating growl that rumbles in his chest, his spear held ready in a white-knuckled grip, and the humans scatter like cockroaches exposed to the light. They think we are the executioners sent by the Coven to finish what the plague started. And looking at the grim set of Theres's jaw, I cannot blame them. "I am a healer!" I shout into the gloom, my voice cracking slightly against the cold wind. "I am Janus of Snowfall Glen. I have come to help you." A woman emerges from a nearby tent, clutching a bundle of rags to her chest. Her face is streaked with soot, and I can see the telltale copper sheen of the rust beginning to form around her eyes. She looks at me, then at the monster behind me, and trembles violently. "Help!" she whispers, as if the word is a foreign language. "The Coven sealed the gates. They left us to die." "I am not the Coven," I declare, stepping forward and pulling the glowing peach ribbon from my hair to tie it around my wrist, a beacon of colour in this grey world. "Bring me your sickest. Bring them to the centre of the camp. I can stop the bleeding." It takes time, but desperation eventually outweighs fear. They bring them out, men, women, children, laying them on pallets in the mud because there is nowhere else to put them. I kneel in the filth, ignoring the cold seeping into my knees, and I begin the work. Life magic is not a gentle art. It is a transaction of vitality, a demanding exchange where the healer must open their own veins to the suffering of the patient. I place my hands on the chest of an old man whose lungs are filling with fluid, and I push. I visualize the rust as a dark, oily stain, and I grab it with my mind, pulling it out of his body and into my own aura before grounding it into the frozen earth. The sensation is nauseating, like swallowing a mouthful of spoiled milk, and my head throbs with a sudden spike of pain. The man gasps, his grey skin flushing with a sudden, returning pink, and he draws a ragged, clear breath for the first time in days. "Thank you," he weeps, clutching my hand with his clammy fingers. "Bless you, mistress." I smile, wiping a trickle of sweat from my brow despite the freezing temperature. This is it. This is the moment I read about in the stories. The moment the saint descends to the damned and lifts them up. I feel beautiful, tragic, and powerful, a martyr for the cause of goodness. But my beatific moment is shattered by a snarl. "Back!" Theres barks, his voice like a whip crack. I look up to see a young woman approaching me, tears streaming down her face, her hands outstretched as if she wants to kiss the hem of my cloak. She never makes it. Theres steps between us, moving with terrifying speed, and shoves her backward with the blunt end of his ironwood spear. She flies back 3 feet and lands hard in the mud, crying out in shock. "Theres!" I snap, breaking my connection with the patient. "What are you doing? She just wanted to thank me." "She breached the perimeter," Theres says flatly, not looking at me as he scans the crowd with black predator eyes. "She is a vector. No contact. You heal them from a distance, Janus. Do not let them touch you." "I have to touch them to heal them," I argue, but he ignores me, prowling the edge of my makeshift clinic like a wolf guarding a carcass. The crowd watches him with absolute terror, flinching every time he shifts his weight. They are not looking at the miracle of the healing. They are looking at the beast, wondering when he will decide to stop shoving and start killing. I grit my teeth and turn back to the next patient, a little girl with rust weeping from her ears. I work faster, the magic draining me, making my vision blur at the edges. One by one, I pull them back from the brink, fighting the sickness with everything I have. Then, the incident happens. A man, delirious with fever, breaks from the line. He is big, a blacksmith perhaps, and the sickness has driven him mad with thirst. He stumbles toward me, ignoring Theres's warning growl, his eyes rolling in his head. "Water!" he screams, lunging at me. "Give me water, witch!" He grabs my arm. His grip is wet and weak, but it is enough. Contact. Theres moves so fast I don't even see him cross the distance. One moment the man is holding my arm, the next there is a sickening thud of flesh hitting wood. Theres has slammed the man into the side of a timber shack, pinning him there by the throat with one massive hand. The man's feet dangle 6 inches off the ground. He claws uselessly at Theres's wrist, gagging, his face turning purple. Theres leans in, baring his teeth, the spear raised in his other hand for a killing thrust. "Threat neutralized," Theres snarls, his voice distorted by the rage of the spell. "Preparing for disposal." "No!" I scream, scrambling to my feet, my legs tangling in my skirts. "Theres, stop! Put him down! Do not kill him!" The entire camp goes silent. Even the dying stop moaning. Everyone watches the monster holding the man's life in his hand, waiting for the crunch of bone. Theres freezes. The muscles in his arm tremble as the command wars with his instinct. He looks at me, his eyes wide and black, pleading with me to let him finish the job, to let him remove the thing that dared to touch the gold. "He touched you," Theres grinds out. "Drop him," I order, my voice shaking. "Now." Theres lets go. The man drops into the mud like a sack of grain, gasping for air, clutching his bruised throat. He scrambles away on his hands and knees, sobbing in terror. Theres turns to the crowd. He raises his spear and roars, a sound of pure, primal dominance that shakes the snow from the roofs. "Stay back," he bellows. "The next one who touches her dies." I stand there, my chest heaving, blood dripping from my nose onto the snow. The magic has taken its toll. I am empty, hollowed out. I look around the circle of faces, waiting for someone to smile, for someone to say thank you, for someone to acknowledge the miracle I just performed. There are no smiles. There is only horror. They are huddled together, clutching their healed loved ones, staring at me as if I am a demon who brought a hellhound to their door. They don't see a saviour. They see a witch with a monster on a leash. I saved you," I whisper, wiping the blood from my lip. "Why aren't you happy?" The world tilts. The exhaustion hits me like a rogue wave. My knees buckle, and the mud rushes up to meet me. I never hit the ground. Strong, warm arms catch me before I fall. Theres scoops me up against his chest, cradling me like a child, wrapping his massive body around mine to shield me from the wind and the eyes of the humans. "We are leaving," he rumbles, the vibrations soothing against my ear. "Mission complete. The asset is exhausted." He turns and walks out of the camp, carrying me back into the dark. I close my eyes, listening to the steady beat of his heart, telling myself that the fear in their eyes doesn't matter. They don't understand. They don't know him like I do. I am safe. That is all that matters. I am safe.
Chapter 14. Theres. The fire I built is small, a miserly thing shielded by the curve of the rock wall, but it is enough to keep the frost from settling on her skin. Janus sleeps curled on her side, her hands clutching the rough wool of the blanket, her breathing shallow and fast. I stand over her, my shadow falling across her sleeping form like a heavy shield. I watch the rise and fall of her chest, counting the rhythm. In 2-3. Out 2-3. It is too fast. Her heart is fluttering like a trapped bird, struggling to pump the thin, watery blood through her veins. I hate them. The hate is a cold, heavy stone in my gut. I hate the humans in the camp. I hate the mud they live in, the smell of their rot, and the way they looked at her, not with gratitude, but with greedy, terrified eyes. They took too much. They drank her light like leeches, draining the gold until it was dull and gray, and they gave nothing back but fear. If the command in my head had not stopped me, I would have broken every neck in that valley. I would have piled their bodies like cordwood and burned them until the air was clean again. But the gold forbade it. "Save them," she said. And so I let them feed on her, and now she is broken, and I'm standing guard in a freezing ravine, vibrating with the energy of the violence I was not allowed to commit. The wind howls through the trees, rattling the bare branches of the pines like dry bones. It bites at my exposed skin, seeking the warmth of my blood. But I do not move. I am the wall against the wind. I am the sentry that does not blink. I listen to the forest, filtering the noise through the tactical grid in my mind. Rustle. It is faint. A shift of weight on snow. A snap of a frozen twig. My ears swivel toward the sound. It is not an animal. Animals move with purpose or panic. This is deliberate. This is a stalker. I spin around, placing myself between the noise and the sleeping girl. My claws extend fully, gleaming in the dying firelight. I lower my center of gravity, preparing to spring. "Identify!" I growl into the darkness. A figure steps out of the trees. It is a woman, but she does not look like the wretched things in the camp. She is not caked in mud or smelling of sickness. She is wrapped in a gown of deep crimson velvet that drags through the snow like a trail of fresh blood. She wears no cloak, no furs, yet she does not shiver. The snow around her boots melts, turning to steam that curls around her ankles. She smells of smoke, of sulfur, of crushed roses left to rot in the sun. I do not know her face, but my instincts scream, "Threat." She smiles. It is a terrible expression. Her upper lip is split, a jagged tear that exposes her teeth even when her mouth is closed. It gives her the look of a hare that has been chewed by a wolf and lived. "You are alert," she purrs. Her voice is like honey mixed with glass. Good. I hate a boring hunt. She walks into the circle of firelight. She ignores me. She looks past my shoulder at Janus. She sniffs the air, her nostrils flaring with predatory delight. "I can smell it on you," she says softly. "It reeks, sweet and cloying, like perfume sprayed over a corpse." She looks at me then. Her eyes are green, bright and cruel, burning with an inner fire that rivals the one in the pit. "Did she really think she could hide a monster like you with a children's rhyme?" she asks. She steps closer, her movements fluid and confident. She is a child playing with forces she doesn't understand. Look at her, broken by a little bit of healing. Pathetic. A low rumble builds in my chest. "Step back," I warn her. "You are breaching the perimeter." "Perimeter," she mocks. She laughs, a sharp, barking sound. "You talk like a soldier, but you're not a soldier, are you? You're a pet." She circles me. I turn with her, keeping her in my sightline. The heat radiating from her is intense. It washes over my freezing skin, seductive and promising. It feels like life. It feels like power. "She wants a doll, big man," the woman says. She stops 3 feet away. She wants something she can dress up in ribbons and pretend is safe. She wants to play house. She reaches out a hand. Her palm glows with a soft orange light. "I don't want a pet," she whispers. I want a beast. She steps into my reach. She is small compared to me, but her presence is massive. She looks up into my face, her split lip twisting into a sneer. Come with me, she says. Leave the broken toy in the snow. I have fire. I have meat. I will let you burn whatever you want. You won't have to save anyone. You can just be what you are. For a second, just a fraction of a second, the static in my head clears. The offer hits me in the center of my biology. Heat, strength, dominance. My blood, sluggish from the cold, leaps at the proximity of her fire. She is an apex predator. She is strong. She is a mate who would not break if I held her too tight. I feel a pull, a desire to step into that warmth, to let the fire consume the cold, gray duty that binds me. Yes, the beast in me whispers, burn it all. I lean toward her. Her eyes widen in triumph. She thinks she has won. Then she glances at Janus. She looks at the sleeping girl with a curl of her lip, a look of pure, unadulterated disgust. Weak, she hisses. The word hits my chest wire. Click. The golden light explodes behind my eyes. The command slams down like a portcullis, severing the temptation instantly. She is threatening the gold. She's calling the sun weak. The rage that floods me is not the cold calculation of the arena. It is not the biological hunger for warmth. It is a blinding, white-hot protective fury that overrides everything else. This woman is not heat. She is a forest fire. She is destruction. And she is standing too close to the only thing that matters in the universe. I roar. I reach out and snatch her by the velvet of her dress. I lift her off her feet as if she is made of straw. Her triumph vanishes. Her eyes go wide with shock. She gasps, her hands flying up to claw at my wrist, searing my fur with her touch. But I do not let go. I pull her close. I bring her face inches from mine. I bare my teeth, letting her see the monster she asked for. You are nothing, I snarl. My voice shakes the trees. You smell like ash. You are noise. I tighten my grip until the fabric of her dress tears. She is the gold, I tell her, and you are dirt. I throw her. I launch her backward with all the strength in my arm. She flies through the air, crashing through a snowdrift in the clearing. She tumbles, limbs flailing, and lands hard against the trunk of a pine tree. Snow falls from the branches, burying her in white. Silence. Then, a movement. She claws her way out of the drift. Her velvet dress is torn. Her hair is wild. The fire in her hand has gone out. She stands up. She is shaking, not with fear, but with a cold, humiliated rage. She looks at me. Then she looks at Janus. She wipes the snow from her split lip. Enjoy the leash, she whispers. Her voice carries across the clearing, sharp as a knife. While it lasts. She turns and vanishes into the dark. I stand there, chest heaving, my breath pluming in the cold air. I wait. I listen until her footsteps fade completely, until the smell of sulfur is gone, replaced by the clean scent of pine and ice. I turn back to the fire. I walk to Janus. I kneel in the snow beside her. I tuck the blanket tighter around her shoulders, covering her hands. I brush a stray hair from her forehead. She is weak. She is fragile. She is dying of cold. But she is mine. The intruder was wrong. I am not a pet. I am the vault. And no one opens the vault but her.
Chapter 15. Janus. Waking up after channeling that much life. Magic is not like waking up from a deep sleep. It is like clawing your way out of a shallow grave. My bones felt hollow, stripped of their marrow, and the blood moving through my veins felt thin and watery, as if I had poured all my vitality into the mud of Camp Hope and kept none for myself. I lay shivering by the dying embers of our small fire, the cold of Praj biting through my cloak with teeth of ice, and for a moment I couldn't remember where I was or why the world smelled of pine needles instead of salt. You are awake, Theres rumbled from above me. He was already moving, his silhouette massive and frantic against the grey pre-dawn light. He was kicking snow over the fire, stomping out the last traces of warmth with a violence that made my headache spike. We must move. The perimeter is compromised. The Red Woman found us. Red Woman? I mumbled, trying to sit up, but my head swam with dizzying nausea. I grabbed a handful of snow and pressed it to my forehead, trying to ground myself. Theres, slow down. What Red Woman? It's probably just a trapper. He stopped packing the gear and turned to me, his eyes wide and black, devoid of the gentle warmth I had grown used to. She was not a trapper, he said, his voice flat and hard. She wore velvet the colour of fresh blood. She smelled of burning roses and sulphur. And her mouth. He touched his own lip, tracing a line through the coarse fur. Her mouth was broken, split down the middle like a hair. The cold that washed over me then had nothing to do with the winter air. My stomach dropped through the floor of the world, and the nausea turned into pure crystalline terror. A split lip. Velvet in the snow. Burning roses. Valeria, I whispered, the name tasting like ash on my tongue. It wasn't a trapper. It wasn't a scout. It was the Coven's cruelest daughter, the woman who wore her deformity like a medal and hunted fear for sport. If Valeria had found us, she hadn't just stumbled upon a campsite. She had tracked us. She had watched us. She touched you? I asked, my voice rising in panic as I scrambled to my feet, ignoring the swaying of the trees. Did she hurt you? She tried to take the leash, Theres said, and the way he said it made my skin crawl. She laughed at the gold. She said you were a child playing with a beast. She offered me fire. He paused, his nostrils flaring as he remembered the scent. But she smelled wrong. She smelled like noise. I threw her into the snow. I closed my eyes, a moan of despair escaping my lips. He had rejected Valeria. A minotaur, a creature driven by instinct and strength, had rejected a powerful witch offering him warmth and dominance in favour of a weak, exhausted girl. Valeria wouldn't see that as loyalty. She would see it for what it was, magic. She would know I had used the twisted charm to rewrite his mind, to make him love me against his nature. That wasn't just breaking the rules of the Coven, that was a capital crime. Mind rape, they called it in the ancient laws. To steal the will of a sentient creature was treason against the balance. If she took me back, I wouldn't just be expelled. I would be put to the question, and then I would be executed. We have to run, I gasped, grabbing my satchel with trembling hands. Theres, leave the tent. Leave everything. We have to go now. Agreed, he said. He didn't ask questions. He didn't ask why we were running from a single woman. He simply grabbed his spear and the few supplies we couldn't live without. South. The pass is 5 miles away. We can reach the coast by nightfall. We ran. Or rather, he ran, and I tried not to die. The snow in the deep woods of Prague is not the packed ice of the roads. It is a waist-deep, treacherous powder that hides roots and rocks. I stumbled within the first 100 yards, my legs too weak to carry me, my breath sawing in my lungs like a rusty file. I fell face first into a drift, crying out as the cold shocked my system. Before I could even try to stand, strong hands grabbed the back of my cloak. Theres hoisted me into the air effortlessly, swinging me up onto his broad back. Hold on, he ordered. You are slowing the unit down. I wrapped my arms around his thick, muscular neck, burying my face in the fur of his shoulder to hide my shame. I was supposed to be the heroine. I was supposed to be the powerful witch leading her knight. Instead, I was a sack of grain, a burden being carried by the very monster I had enslaved. He moved like a juggernaut. His hooves tore up the earth, finding purchase where boots would slip, and he smashed through the undergrowth with the force of a landslide. Pine branches whipped against my face, stinging my cheeks, but I didn't let go. I clung to him, listening to the rhythmic thud, thud, thud of his gait, smelling the wet wool and musk of him. He was tireless. He was a machine built for this, fueled by the spell that burned in his blood, driving him to protect me at any cost. "Faster," I whispered into his ear. "Please, Theres. She's coming." We covered miles in what felt like minutes, the forest blurring into a smear of dark green and white. But as we crested the ridge that overlooked the southern pass, our only route to the open ocean and freedom, Theres skidded to a halt. "Obstacle," he growled, the vibration rumbling through my chest. I lifted my head and looked down into the valley. My heart stopped. The pass was gone. In its place was a wall of fire. But this was not natural fire. It didn't smoke, and it didn't crackle. It was a silent, roaring curtain of crimson flame that stretched from one side of the valley to the other, melting the snow and turning the rock to slag. It smelled of sulphur and that sickly sweet perfume of crushed roses. "Valeria," I breathed. She had beaten us here. She hadn't chased us. She had herded us. She had used elemental fire to seal the exit, cutting off our escape to the south. "I can breach it," Theres said, his muscles tensing beneath me. "It is thermal energy. If I move fast enough, I can shield you. We will take minor damage, but we will pass." "No!" I tightened my grip on his neck. "You can't breach that. That's coven fire, Theres. It will burn the meat from your bones before you take 3 steps. It's a kill box." He stepped back, pacing anxiously in the snow. "Then we go east, into the high peaks. The terrain is rough, but we can lose her in the caves." I looked east, toward the jagged, unforgiving teeth of the high Praj mountains. It was a wilderness that no one returned from, full of gargoyles and freezing storms. But we could survive. Theres could hunt. I could build fires. We could disappear. For a second, the hope flared in my chest. We could run away together, truly away, where the coven could never find us. We could live in a cave at the top of the world, just the beast and his beauty. Then the realization hit me. It was a cold, quiet thought that extinguished the hope instantly. The spell. It wasn't a one-time curse. It was an anchor that had to be renewed. The grimoire in my cell was clear. The will fights back. To maintain the hold, the caster must rebind the soul every 7 days with the specific reagents. It had been 5 days since the beach. I didn't have the reagents. I didn't have the black salt, the frost root, or the binding chalk. They were all locked in my heavy iron chest back in the glen. If we ran into the mountains, if we disappeared, the spell would fade. In 2 days, maybe 3, Theres would wake up. The fog would clear from his mind. He would look at me, and he wouldn't see the golden goddess anymore. He would see the girl who mentally enslaved him. He would see the witch who stole his free will and turned him into a weapon. He wouldn't love me. He would kill me. He would tear me apart with his bare hands, and he would be right to do it. I stared at the wall of fire, tears freezing on my lashes. I was trapped. Not by Valeria and not by the coven. I was trapped by my own lie. I couldn't run away with my prince because my prince was a construct of magic that required constant maintenance. "We can't go east," I whispered, my voice breaking. Theres turned his head, looking at me with those wide, devoted black eyes. "Why? The west is blocked by the cliff. South is fire. East is the only open vector." "We can't," I sobbed. I need supplies, for the cold, for the medicine." "I can keep you warm," he vowed. "I will hunt for you." "No," I shouted, burying my face in his fur. "We have to go back. We have to go back to the glen." He froze. "Back? To the grey ones? That is the trap, Janus. They are waiting." "I know," I wept. "But we have to. Trust me, Theres. Please, just trust me."
Chapter 16. Theres. The The descent into the valley is a funeral march. We leave the clean, biting wind of the high pass behind us, descending into the bowl of the glen. The air changes with every 100 yards we drop. It grows heavier, thicker. It stops smelling of pine and ice and starts smelling of that sharp metallic tang I have come to loathe. Ozone, incense, old blood. It is the aroma of the gray ones, the scent of a nest of spiders waiting for a fly to touch the web. Janus stumbles beside me. She is barely upright. Her breath rattles in her chest like dry leaves, and her skin is the color of old parchment. The magic she spent at the camp has hollowed her out, leaving her brittle and shaking. I keep one hand on her shoulder, half guiding, half carrying her. She leans into me, her weight negligible against my bulk, but heavy on my soul. She commanded us to return. She said we needed supplies. She said we had to come back to the trap to survive. My tactical mind screams against it. Every instinct I have, honed in the blood pits of the arena and the wild hunts of the coast, tells me this is suicide. You do not walk back into the cage once you have broken the bars. You run until your heart bursts or the hunters give up. But the wire seated in my chest, the golden, burning tether that binds me to her, does not allow for tactical retreat. It demands obedience. Trust me, she said. And so I walk into the kill box, my hooves crunching loudly on the frozen path, announcing our arrival to the enemy. The trees thin out. The black spires of the coven gates rise from the mist like jagged teeth. They are massive, hewn from obsidian, polished until they shine like oil. They seem to suck the light out of the air, creating a permanent shadow around the entrance to the tunnel. I stop. Silence. It is not the silence of an empty place. It is the silence of a held breath. The birds have stopped singing. The wind has died down. The usual sounds of the coven, the distant chanting, the ring of iron, the crackle of fires, are absent. It is too quiet, I rumble. My ears swivel, straining against the silence. Nothing. No heartbeat but ours. No rustle of fabric. They are sleeping, Janus whispers. Her voice is slurred, hopeful. It is late. Maybe we can sneak in. Get the chest. Get out. I gaze down at her. Her eyes are glassy. She is delusional with exhaustion. They are not sleeping, I tell her. They are waiting. I shift my grip on the ironwood spear. I check the knife at my belt. I flex my claws, feeling the familiar, comforting slide of bone. The adrenaline begins to flood my system. It is cold and clarifying. The fatigue of the trek vanishes, replaced by the hyper-awareness of the predator. The world slows down. I see the individual snowflakes drifting in the air. I see the optimal striking points on the rock face. I step in front of Janus. I expand my chest, making myself a wall of fur and muscle. Stay behind me, I say. The growl starts deep in my throat, a vibration meant to warn the dark. When they move, I will kill them. I will clear the path to your cell. I visualize the violence. I picture the tall woman, Bellona. I picture grabbing her by the skull and driving her into the stone until she stops moving. I picture painting the snow red to keep the gold safe. It is a good image. It feels like duty. No, Janus says. Her hand touches my arm. It is a weak, trembling touch, but it hits me like a lightning bolt. I look down. She is staring at me with wide, terrified eyes. She's not looking at the gates. She's looking at me. She's looking at the monster she created. Thyres, no! She pleads. You can't just kill them. They are my sisters. They are the enemy, I state. They are the threat. They will kill us if we fight, she cries. There are too many of them. If you start a war, we die. We have to talk to them. We have to explain. Talking is for those who cannot bite, I snarl, turning back to the gates. I sense movement in the shadows. They are here. I will protect you, Janus. I will end them. I command you. The voice cracks through the air. It is not a shout. It is a hook. It sinks into the base of my skull, wraps around my spine, and pulls. Override. My muscles lock. The growl dies in my throat. The adrenaline turns sour in my veins. "Stand down," she orders, her voice shaking with tears. "Do not fight. Do not strike first. Do not hurt them unless I say so. Do you hear me? Stay your hand." The agony is instant. It is a physical glitch in my nervous system. My brain screams strike, but the magic screams freeze. I shudder, fighting the invisible chains she has wrapped around my soul. I try to lift the spear. I cannot. My arm is lead. "I hear you," I grind out. The words taste like ash. I lower the spear. I unclench my claws. I stand there, a weapon with the safety catch welded shut, exposed and vulnerable in the trap. And then, the trap springs. How touching. The voice comes from the darkness between the spires. It is dry, hard, and amused. A figure steps out from behind the obsidian pillar. It is Bellona. She is not wearing her usual leathers. She is armored in full plate of black iron, etched with runes that glow with a faint violet light. She holds her warhammer loosely in one hand, the head of the weapon resting on the snow. She does not look at Janus. She looks at me. Her eyes are gray flint. She stares at me with the weary contempt of a butcher looking at a stubborn ox. "The stray dog returns," she says, "and he brought his little toy." I see her tensing. I see the shift in her stance, the way her weight drops to her back foot. I know what is coming. Attack imminent. Range, 20 feet. Countermeasure. Charge. My brain fires the signal. Charge. Impale. Kill. My body does not move. Do not strike first. The command echoes in my head, a loop of golden wire strangling my will. I stand frozen. I am forced to wait. I am forced to let her make the first move. Bellona smiles. She knows. She sees the hesitation, the unnatural stillness in my limbs. She raises her left hand. She does not swing the hammer. She makes a simple shoving motion with her palm. Force magic. The air in front of her distorts. A ripple like a heat haze tears across the gap between us. It moves faster than an arrow. It hits me in the chest. It feels like being struck by a falling boulder. There is no sound, only the sudden, crushing impact of solid air. I am lifted off my feet. My spear flies from my hand. I am thrown backward 10, 15 feet through the air. I slam into the frozen earth with a force that knocks the wind out of me. My head cracks against a stone. White light explodes in my vision. "Thyres!" Janus screams. I try to roll. I try to get up. My ribs are burning. I can taste blood in my mouth. Strike back. Strike back. Bellona is walking toward me. She is not hurrying. She is strolling. "Pathetic!" she spits. She raises her hand again. She makes a fist and pulls it down. Gravity collapses on top of me. It feels as though the mountain itself has decided to sit on my chest. I'm pressed into the snow. My limbs are pinned by an invisible, crushing weight. I roar, straining against the magic, my muscles bulging, my veins popping in my neck. I am strong. I am a minotaur of the fighting pits. I have lifted portcullises. I have wrestled trolls. But I cannot fight gravity. "Stay down, beast," Bellona says. Shadows detach themselves from the rocks. Enforcers. 6 of them. They are not holding weapons. They are holding chains. But these are not iron chains. They are forged of white, glowing light. Binding magic. They swarm me. I thrash. I manage to free one arm from the gravity press. I swipe at the nearest enforcer, my claws tearing through her cloak, drawing blood. "Do not fight!" Janus's voice cuts through the chaos. "Thyres, stop! They'll kill you!" The command hits me again. My arm falters. The hesitation returns. That is all they need. The enforcers throw the chains. The loops of light wrap around my wrists, my ankles. My throat. Sizzle. The magic burns. It sears through my fur, biting into the skin like acid. The chains tighten, pulling my limbs apart, spread eagling me in the snow. I roar in pain and frustration. It is a sound that rips my throat raw. Janus! I bellow. I look for her. She is standing by the gate. She is not hurt. Bologna has ignored her completely. Janus is weeping, her hands covering her mouth, watching them truss me up like a prize hog. Don't hurt him, she begs Bologna. Please, he surrendered. I ordered him to surrender. Bologna looks at Janus. She laughs. It is a cold, jagged sound. He didn't surrender, Runt, she says, tightening her grip on her hammer. He was broken. There is a difference. Bologna walks over to me. She stands over my head. She looks down into my eyes. You should have stayed in the cave, she whispers. She lifts a heavy iron-shod boot and stomps on my face. Darkness. I wake up to the feeling of stone scraping against my hide. I am being dragged. The chains of light are still wrapped around me, pulling tight, immobilizing my arms against my sides. I am sliding across the polished black floor of the tunnel. My head throbs. One of my eyes is swollen shut. I can taste copper and mud. I blink my good eye open. I see boots, dozens of them. We are inside the Hall of Whispers. I crane my neck. Janus is walking behind me. She is flanked by 2 enforcers, but she is not in chains. She is walking freely, her head bowed, her shoulders shaking. Janus, I croak. She looks up. Her face is a mask of misery. I'm sorry, she whispers. I'm so sorry. She thinks she saved me. She thinks her command kept me alive. She does not understand that she just handed the weapon over to the enemy. They drag me toward the center of the hall, toward the blue fire pit where the matriarch waits. I stop fighting. There is no point now. The trap has snapped shut. I look at the gold one last time before they haul me into the circle of light. She looks small. She looks weak. I feel fear not for me, but for what they will do to her when they realize the monster she brought home isn't the one in chains.
Chapter 17. Janus. My knees hit the polished black stone of the Hall of Whispers with a bone-jarring crack. I do not try to stand. I stay there, slumped forward, my hands flat against the cold floor, breathing in the scent of my own ruin. It smells of ozone, of damp wool, and of the blood that is slowly pooling a few yards away. Look at her, a voice sneers. The heroine of the High Pass. I lift my head. The hall is no longer empty. It is filled with a sea of grey and black robes. The entire coven has gathered, summoned by the bell that tolls for treason. 30 pairs of eyes stare down at me, some with curiosity, some with disgust, but none with pity. But I do not look at them. I look at him. Thyres is chained to the massive obsidian pillar in the middle of the room. The enforcers have wrapped him in bindings of white light that hiss and spit every time he moves. His armour is gone. His chest is a map of bruises and lacerations where the magic of the capture burned through his fur. One of his eyes is swollen shut, purple and angry. He should be roaring. He should be fighting. He is a minotaur of the fighting pits, a creature designed to kill or die trying. But he is not fighting. He is staring at me. His good eye is fixed on my face with a terrifying, unblinking intensity. He is straining against the chains, not to escape, but to get closer to me. Safe, he whispers. His voice is a broken rasp, a loop of sound that catches in his throat. Keep her safe. Gold. Safe. It sounds like a prayer. It sounds like a machine that has been programmed to say only one thing. Tears burn my eyes, hot and shameful. Theories, I whisper. Stop, please stop. Safe, he repeats, jerking against the bindings. The light sears his wrists, sending smoke curling into the air. He doesn't even flinch. Protect. Asset. Safe. Touching, isn't it? The circle of witches parts. Valeria steps into the light. She looks immaculate. She has changed out of her torn velvet dress into a gown of black silk that ripples like liquid shadow. Her hair is pinned back, severe and perfect, exposing the long white scar of her hair lip. She does not look like a woman who was thrown into a snowbank an hour ago. She looks like a queen who has come to inspect her executioner. She walks around me slowly, the heels of her boots clicking on the stone. She trails a hand over the back of my head, gripping my hair for a brief, painful second before letting go. You have all heard the rumours. Valeria addresses the room, her voice projecting effortlessly to the shadowed ceiling. You have heard that our little sister Janus broke the laws of the coven, that she went down to the beach and consorted with a beast. A ripple of murmurs goes through the crowd. I shrink lower. But that isn't the crime, Valeria continues, stopping in front of me. She looks down, her green eyes bright with malice. We could forgive lust. We could even forgive stupidity. But Janus didn't just sleep with a monster. She brought a live grenade into our home and pulled the pin. She turns and walks toward Theres. My heart hammers against my ribs. Don't touch him, I croak. Valeria ignores me. She walks right up to the pillar. She stands inches from a creature that could snap her spine with one hand. Theres growls low in his throat, but he doesn't strike. He is confused. His programming is conflicting with his instinct. Look at him, sisters, Valeria says, gesturing to Theres like he is a piece of furniture. Really look. She waves a hand in front of his face. He snaps at her, his teeth clicking together inches from her fingers. It is a reflex, not a choice. Look at the pupils, Valeria says. Dilated, fixed. Look at the muscle tremors. She points to his arm, where the bicep is twitching in a rhythmic spasm. He isn't thinking. He isn't feeling. He is just vibrating. She turns back to me. Her face twists into a mask of scorn. That isn't love, Janus, she spits. That is a lobotomy. The word hangs in the air, ugly and clinical. You didn't find a boyfriend, she continues, pacing back and forth. You found a warrior, hollowed him out with forbidden magic, and filled him with syrup. You enslaved a sentient mind because you were too weak to get a man to look at you any other way. No! I scramble to my feet. My legs are shaking, but the accusation burns hot enough to give me a voice. It is love, I scream. You don't know him. He is gentle. He protects me because he wants to. We are in love. My voice echoes in the cavernous hall. But instead of defiance, it sounds hollow. It sounds shrill and childish, like a little girl explaining why she dressed the cat in doll's clothes. The witches stare at me. I see Tacita shaking her head. I see Morta writing something in a notebook, looking bored. He calls you the asset, Valeria points out dryly. Does that sound like poetry to you? He calls me gold, I argue, desperate now. He sees me. He sees who I really am. He sees what you programmed him to see, Valeria counters. He sees a command code. If I reached into his head right now and plucked out that little knot of chaos you planted, he wouldn't kiss you, Janus. He would eat you. She leans in close, her voice dropping to a whisper that only I can hear. And you know it. That's why you ran back here. That's why you needed the supplies. Because the lie was fading, wasn't it? I open my mouth to deny it, but no sound comes out. The truth is a stone in my throat. Enough! The single word freezes the room. The temperature drops 10 degrees in a second. The bright blue flames in the pit flare up, turning white. Matriarch Severina rises from her throne. She descends the stairs. She moves like a glacier, slow, unstoppable, and utterly indifferent to the lives in her path. She stops between me and Valeria. She looks at Theories. She studies him for a long moment, watching the way he strains against the chains, whispering his broken mantra. Safe, safe, gold. Severina turns to me. Her face is a void. Valeria speaks of morality, Severina says. Her voice is soft, but it carries the weight of a judge's gavel. She speaks of the crime of enslavement, of the cruelty of taking a mind. She steps closer to me. Her shadow falls over me, cold and absolute. I do not care about the beast's mind, she says. It is an animal. Its will is irrelevant. I blink, surprised. Is she defending me? What I care about, Severina continues, is competence. She reaches out and touches my forehead. Her finger is like a jagged icicle. You brought a predator into our home, Janus. A creature bred for war. A creature that could kill half this coven before breakfast. She withdraws her hand. She looks at me, her face registering profound disappointment. And you secured it with a leash made of thread. The insult cuts deeper than Valeria's rage. She isn't calling me cruel. She is calling me sloppy. She is calling me a liability. You used a chaotic, unstable charm to bind a monster, she says. You built a bomb and forgot to install a timer. That is not just treason, child. That is stupidity. And stupidity gets us all killed. She turns back to the pillar. She looks at Theories. The binding is fraying, she observes. I can smell the rot in the weave. He is already fighting it. No, I whisper. I can fix it. I just need my grimoire. I can renew the anchor. Severina turns to look at me. Her eyes are voids of black glass. We do not fix broken tools, Janus, she says. We discard them. She raises her hand. Violet light begins to gather in her palm, the terrible, distorting light of space-time magic. Let us see what happens, she says calmly, when we cut the thread. No! I scream, but I am too late. Severina snaps her fingers. A pulse of violet energy shoots across the room. It doesn't hit Theories physically. It hits the air around his head. There is a sound like a harp string snapping under too much tension. Ping. Theories goes rigid. He stops struggling against the chains. He stops whispering safe. His head drops forward, his chin resting on his chest. He hangs there, limp, suspended by the bindings of light. The hall falls silent. Everyone is watching, waiting. Theories? I whisper. Slowly, terrifyingly slowly, he lifts his head. He opens his eyes. The pupils are no longer dilated. The glassy, adoring look is gone. The soft, confused fog has lifted. His eyes are clear. They are sharp. They are the eyes of an imposing creature that has just woken up from a long, terrible nightmare to find himself in a room full of enemies. He looks around the circle of witches. He looks at the chains on his wrists. He looks at Severina. And then he looks at me. There is no gold in his eyes anymore. There is only recognition. And underneath the recognition, a dawning, horrific realization of what has been done to him. He opens his mouth. He doesn't say safe. He lets out a roar that shatters the silence of the hall, a sound of such pure, unadulterated rage that the violet flames in the pit flicker and die. Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal. and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you.
Chapter 18. Thyres. The roar dies in my throat, leaving a raw, metallic taste of blood and betrayal. The fog in my mind has lifted. The soft, golden haze that made the world look like a painting has been torn away, leaving only the sharp, cold reality of the Hall of Whispers. I know where I am. I know what I am. I'm a monster in a cage of light, surrounded by witches who look at me as if I am a rabid dog. And I know what she is. I look at Janus. She's on her knees in the room, her head bowed, her shoulders shaking. She is not the goddess I worshipped on the beach. She's a small, terrified girl who stole my mind because she was too lonely to face the dark alone. I should hate her. The instinct to kill the jailer is ancient and deep in my blood. She violated the sanctity of my will. She turned a warrior into a puppet. But as I watch her crumble under the weight of the matriarch's gaze, the hatred hits a wall. Underneath the betrayal, underneath the newly returned clarity, the magic she wove into my marrow is still there. It screams. It vibrates in my bones like a struck bell. Protect. The command I gave myself at the gate, stand down, shatters. It cannot hold against the primal directive. The sight of the gold on her knees, vulnerable and threatened, overrides the logic, overrides the anger, overrides the surrender. My muscles coil. The wire in my chest burns white hot, welding my purpose to her safety one last time. I do not think. I detonate. I plant my hooves on the black stone. I expand my chest. I pull my arms apart. The chains of white light hiss violently. They are made of magic, designed to hold dragons, but they were not designed to hold a minotaur fueled by the desperate, paradoxical madness of a broken spell. Roar! The sound tears out of me. Snap. The light shatters. It doesn't fade. It breaks like glass, sending shards of burning energy spinning into the air. The enforcers holding the tethers are thrown backward by the backlash, stumbling over their own robes. I am loose. The hall erupts into chaos. Shouts. The crackle of energy. Two enforcers step into my path, their hands glowing with binding runes. They are fast, but they are human. I am not. I cover the distance in a single stride. I do not use weapons. I am the weapon. I backhand the first guard. It is a casual blow, a swat meant to clear a fly, but with my mass behind it, it is lethal. Her neck snaps with a sound like a dry branch. She flies across the room and hits the wall, sliding down in a heap of gray wool. The second guard tries to cast a shield. I punch through the barrier of air and grab her by the front of her armor. I lift her and throw her into the crowd of screaming witches. The path is clear. At the end of the path stands Valeria, the red woman, the one with the split lip, the one who mocked the gold. She is standing near the dais, her green eyes wide with sudden, genuine terror. She raises her hands, summoning fire, but her flame looks like a candle against the storm I am bringing. Target acquired. I charge. The stone floor cracks under my hooves. I lower my head, my horns aimed at her chest. I'm going to paint the matriarch's throne with her blood. I'm going to silence the mouth that laughed at Janus. I am 10 feet away. 5 feet. I see the panic in Valeria's eyes. I smell the ozone of her fear. Then, the air changes. It does not get hot. It does not get cold. It gets hard. Enough! The word is spoken by Matriarch Severina. It is not a shout. It is a decree. She raises one hand, her palm flat, pushing against the empty air between me and Valeria. The world stops. It is not a metaphor. The air around me turns solid. It thickens instantly, transforming from gas to something harder than diamond, heavier than lead. My momentum hits the wall of space-time. I stop. I do not slow down. I cease to move. I am frozen mid-stride, my right arm raised to strike, my mouth open in a roar that no longer makes a sound. I am trapped in a block of solidified time. I can see. I can think. My heart is still hammering against my ribs, a frantic drum in a silent room. But I cannot twitch a finger. I cannot blink. I cannot draw breath. I am a statue carved of flesh and rage. Severina lowers her hand. She looks bored. She studies me with the same dispassionate interest one might show a bug trapped in amber. A spirited effort, she notes dryly. Valeria scrambles backward, clutching her chest, gasping for air. She looks at me, frozen inches from her face, and shudders. "Take it away," Severina commands, pointing at Janus. Two fresh enforcers step forward. They grab Janus by the arms. She is limp, weeping, her eyes fixed on me. "Thyres!" she screams. I'm sorry! I want to answer her. I want to roar. I want to tell her that I would have burned the world for her, even knowing it was a lie. But I am stone. I watch helplessly as they drag her backward. Her heels drag on the black floor. She reaches out a hand toward me, her fingers grasping at the empty air. They drag her into the shadows of the lower tunnels. The darkness swallows her gray dress. The doors slam shut. Boom. I'm alone in the light. Severina turns to the enforcers. "Leave him," she says. "Let him stand there. Let him be a monument to what happens when we let our guard down." She walks away. The coven follows her. The vibrant blue flames in the pit flicker low. I stand there, frozen, silent. A monster trapped in a single second of failure, forced to stare at the empty space where the gold used to be.
Chapter 19. Janus. The wind on the high cliffs of Praj screams with a voice that sounds like tearing metal. It whips my hair across my face, stinging my eyes, blinding me to everything but the grey blur of the sky and the black drop into the ocean below. They have brought us to the executioner's drop. It is a spur of rock that juts out over the churning water, a place where the coven discards its mistakes. I am on my knees in the snow, held down by two enforcers who grip my arms with bruising force. I am not fighting them anymore. I have no strength left to fight. I am just watching, my heart hammering a frantic, wet rhythm against my ribs as they prepare to murder the only thing I have ever loved. Thyres is still frozen. Severina's space-time spell holds him in a prison of solidified moments. He is a statue of rage, his arms raised to strike, his mouth open in a roar that will never be heard. He does not blink, he does not breathe. But I know he is in there. I can feel him through the golden tether that still connects our souls. I feel his panic. It is a cold, static hum in the back of my mind. He is screaming inside his own head, begging not for his life, but for mine. "Bring the weights," Bellona commands. She stands near the edge of the precipice, the wind tearing at her cloak. She looks bored. To her, this is not a tragedy. It is just chores. Two guards drag a heavy sled forward. It is piled with rusted iron chains, each link as thick as my wrist, weighed down with rough-hewn stones. They are not just killing him, they are erasing him. They are ensuring that even if the spell breaks, even if he thaws in the water, he will never surface. They are sending him to the bottom of the world. "No," I whisper. The word is ripped away by the gale. "Please." The guards approach Thyres. They wrap the chains around his frozen limbs. They loop the iron across his chest, binding his arms to his sides, piling the weight until the stone beneath his hooves begins to crack. He cannot struggle. He cannot flinch. He just stares at me with those wide, frozen eyes. "Severina!" I scream. I twist in the enforcer's grip, turning to face the matriarch. She stands a few yards away, her hands tucked into her sleeves, watching the sea. "Severina, please, don't do this," I beg, the tears freezing on my cheeks. "He surrendered. He didn't hurt anyone. Punishment is supposed to fit the crime." Severina turns her head slowly. Her expression is mild, like a teacher listening to a student make a poor excuse. "The crime is existence, Janus," she says. "He is a loose end. We are tying it off." "Take me instead," I shout. "Take my magic. Burn my grimoire. I will give it up. I will let you bind my voice. I will be a servant in the kitchens for the rest of my life. Just let him go. Send him back to the wilds." Severina tilts her head. She looks at me with a chilling curiosity. "You would trade your power for a pet?" she asks. "You would give up the gift of the Perna for a beast who only loves you because you broke his mind?" "Yes," I sob. "Yes, I would give it all. Please, mother. Please." Severina sighs. She looks back at the ocean. "You have nothing to offer me, child," she says coldly. "Your magic is weak, your judgment is flawed, and your bargaining is tiresome." She lifts a hand and signals Bellona. "Proceed." "No!" I scream. "Theories!" Bellona steps behind the frozen minotaur. She places her boot against the small of his back. She doesn't say a prayer. She doesn't offer him a final word. She just shoves. Theories tips forward. It happens in slow motion. The massive, statue-like figure of my protector tilts over the edge of the world. For a split second, he hangs suspended against the grey sky, a tragic monument to my failure. And then, gravity takes him. He falls. I don't see him hit the water. The drop is hundreds of feet. But I feel it. The tether in my chest, that invisible wire of magic and manufactured love, snaps taut. It stretches. It pulls at my heart with a force that makes me gasp, bending my spine backward. Whomp! I feel the impact as if I have been slapped by a giant hand. The breath is knocked out of me. Then comes the cold. It floods my mind, a sudden shocking immersion in freezing darkness. I feel the pressure of the ocean crushing in from all sides. I feel the salt stinging eyes that cannot blink. I feel the heavy, rusted chains dragging me down, down, down. I am sinking with him. I can feel his terror. It isn't a scream anymore. It is a high-pitched, frantic static. Gold, cold, dark, protect, failing. "Thyres," I whisper into the dirt of the cliff edge. I can feel him dropping through the layers of the ocean. The light is fading. The chains are heavy, so heavy. And then, silence. The static cuts out. The connection doesn't snap. It just fades into a vast, empty grey noise. The signal is lost in the deep. "He's gone," I choke out. The enforcers release my arms. They step back, leaving me huddled in the snow. I crawl to the edge. I look down. There is nothing but the white foam of the waves crashing against the jagged rocks. No body, no struggle. Just the hungry ocean, swallowing my sin. I collapse. I press my face into the frozen rock and scream until my throat bleeds, screaming at the wind, at the coven, at the cruel, empty sky. They didn't just kill a monster. They killed the part of me that was brave. They killed the heroine I wanted to be. Behind me, I hear the coven turning to leave. I hear Valeria laughing softly, a sound like breaking glass. I stay on the edge. I lie there until the sun goes down and the world turns black, listening to the waves, imagining him at the bottom, frozen and alone in the dark.
Chapter 20. Thyres. The ocean floor does not welcome me. It catches me with the indifference of stone catching a falling bird. I hit the silt with a force that shudders through my frozen bones, kicking up a cloud of ancient grey dust that billows around me like the smoke of the extinguished fire. The impact cracks the shell of the matriarch's magic. The prison of solidified time shatters, not with a sound, but with a sudden crushing return of sensation. The pressure hits me first. It is a physical weight, vast and terrifying, squeezing my chest, trying to implode my ribs. Then comes the cold, a cold so absolute it burns like fire, seeping into my marrow in seconds. And then, the salt. The water rushes into my nose and mouth, filling the spaces where air should be, drowning the roar that was frozen in my throat. I am dying. I know this. The chains wrapped around my chest and legs are heavy with iron and hate. They anchor me to the bottom of the world. My lungs are empty, collapsed by the depth. My heart is beating its final sluggish rhythm. Thump, thump. I do not fight it. Why would I? The gold is gone. I failed her. I stood in the snow and let them take her, let them drag her into the dark while I did nothing. If I cannot protect the asset, I have no function. I am a broken tool, discarded in the deep. I close my eyes, surrendering to the crushing dark. I wait for the peace of the void, but the dark is not empty. Touch. Something brushes against my arm. It is cold, slimy, and slick. I open my eyes. At first, I see only the blackness. Then, lights appear. Pale, ghostly blue orbs drifting in the gloom, suspended on fleshy stalks. They bob and weave, casting a sickly illumination over the graveyard of the seabed. Faces emerge from the dark. They are not the beautiful merfolk of the sailors' stories. These are things bred in the nightmares of the abyss. They have translucent skin that shows the pulsing of black veins beneath. They have no eyes, only smooth white hollows where sockets should be. Their mouths are wide gashes filled with rows of needle-thin, translucent teeth. The Oceanides, scavengers of the deep, eaters of the dead. They circle me, their long, eel-like bodies twisting in the water. They are inspecting the meat. They touch my fur with webbed, clawed hands, testing the density of the muscle. But they do not bite my skin. They do not tear at my flesh. They lean in close, their gills fluttering, sniffing the water around my head. They are smelling something else. They smell the rot. They smell the sweet, cloying perfume of the magic Janus wove into my soul. To them, the enchantment leaking from my aura is not love. It is chum. It is a delicacy of the surface world, rich and toxic and irresistible. One of them hisses, a sound vibrating through the water, and lunges. It sinks its teeth not into my neck, but into the air an inch above my skin. It bites the invisible energy field of the spell. Agony. It is not physical pain. It is a violation so profound it makes my soul scream. It feels as though someone has reached inside my chest with a rusty hook and yanked at a nerve ending connected directly to my brain. I thrash against the chains, bubbles escaping my lips. The movement triggers a frenzy. The other Oceanides swarm. They descend on me like a cloud of piranhas. They bite and tear at the golden web. I can feel them ripping it away in ragged strips. They are eating the loyalty. They are swallowing the obsession. They are gorging themselves on the artificial love that has defined my existence for the last 5 days. It is a psychic disembowelment. I scream into the water, a soundless expulsion of air. They are tearing me apart. They are eating the gold. Stop, I try to think. Don't take her. Don't take the light. But they are hungry, and the spell is fraying. The twisted charm that held my mind in a soft, warm fog begins to snap. Snap. The image of Janus on the beach, the goddess in the sunlight, flickers and dies. Snap. The feeling of her hand on my arm, the sacred touch, turns cold. Snap. The voice vibrating through my head. Safe. Protect. Obey. Is silenced. And then, there is nothing left. The scavengers have picked the bones of the spell clean. They drift back, bloated on the magic, leaving my mind raw and bleeding and clear. Horrifyingly, terrifyingly clear. The fog lifts. The golden filter that turned the world into a fairy tale vanishes, leaving only the stark, brutal truth. I remember the beach. I wasn't saved. I was ambushed. I was hunting a crab, and a small, desperate witch threw sand in my eyes and spoke words that raped my will. I remember the cave. It wasn't a home. It was a prison. It was a damp, miserable hole where I sat and carved wood while she played house with a captive predator. I remember Vokhammer. The memory hits me harder than the ocean floor. Vok, my shield brother from the pits. We fought back to back against the Hydra of Kalzar. I remember the day after the spell took hold. Vok had come looking for me. He had tracked me to the cliffs, worried that I was hurt. He had called my name, and she had been afraid. She had whimpered. She said, "He wants to hurt us, Thyres. Make him go away." I remember my hands on Vok's throat. I remember the look of betrayal in his eyes as I squeezed. I remember the sound his neck made. I killed my brother because a stranger told me to. I killed him for her. The realization detonates in my brain. She isn't a goddess. She isn't gold. She's a thief. She's a parasite who crawled into my ear and stole my life. She made me love her. She made me betray my nature. She made me a pet. Lobotomy. Valeria's word echoes in the deep. She was right. I look at the Oceanides drifting around me. They look satisfied. They think the meal is over. They think the meat in the chains is dead. They are wrong. The meat is just waking up. A new sensation floods my body. It is not the warm, syrupy drug of the enchantment. It is hot. It is sharp. It is the red, boiling pitch of pure, unadulterated rage. My heart kickstarts. Thump, 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 thump! It beats with the rhythm of vengeance. I am drowning. My lungs are burning with the need for air. The pressure is crushing me. But I cannot die. I refuse to die. If I die here, she wins. If I die here, she gets to cry tragic tears on the cliff and tell herself a pretty story about the beast who loved her. No. I grip the iron chains across my chest. The metal is thick, rusted, heavy. I plant my hooves in the silt. I coil every muscle in my body, drawing on the hysterical strength of a creature that's been violated and wants its dignity back in blood. I roar. This time the water carries the sound. It is a shock wave. I pull. The muscles in my arms tear. My tendons scream. The bones in my shoulders grind together. Snap. The iron link over my heart fails. It flies apart, the metal shearing under the force of my fury. The Oceanides shriek in the water, a high, ultrasonic sound of panic. They scatter, darting away into the darkness, their lights winking out. They realize too late that they didn't just eat a meal. They unlocked a cage. I rip the remaining chains from my legs. I kick the sled away, sending it tumbling into the abyss. I am free. I look up. Far above, miles away, there is a faint, gray suggestion of light. The surface. The world of air. The world of the Coven. The world of Janus. I crouch low in the silt. Then I launch myself. I rocket upward. I swim not with the grace of a fish, but with the violence of a torpedo. I claw at the water, pulling myself up through the layers of the deep. My lungs are screaming for oxygen. My vision is tunneling. But the hate fuels me. It burns in my veins, hotter than any fire Valeria could summon. I am coming, little witch. I'm coming to give you back your ribbon. I kick harder, breaking the sound barrier of the sea, rising from the grave to set the world on fire.
Chapter 21. Janus. I am lying on my stomach at precipice, my hands clutching the frozen, jagged rock until my fingernails crack. I am staring down into the churning grey foam hundreds of feet below, waiting, just waiting. I am waiting for a head to break the surface. I am waiting for the flash of dark fur, for the gasp of air, for the miracle. But the ocean is a grave. It swallows the stone and the iron and the flesh, and it gives nothing back. He sank like a stone, darling. Valeria's voice drifts over me, light and cruel. She is standing a few yards back, watching me mourn with the same detached amusement she might show a play with a bad ending. It's for the best, she continues, her boots crunching on the snow as she steps closer. You were embarrassing yourself. And the coven. Now you can go back to your cell, cry for a week, and then we can pretend this little experiment never happened. I don't look at her. I can't look away from the water. He loved me. I whisper into the abyss. He came back for me. He was broken, Valeria corrects me, and now he is wet and dead. Get up, Janus. You're freezing. She reaches down to grab my shoulder, her fingers digging into my wool cloak. She pulls, trying to drag me away from the edge, back toward the reality of the coven and my life as a prisoner. Slap. A sound cuts through the wind. It is wet, heavy. The sound of raw meat hitting stone. Valeria freezes. Her hand tightens on my shoulder. We both look to the edge of the cliff. A hand has appeared. It is massive, dark and dripping with seawater. The claws are dug deep into the rock, splintering the stone. Blood wells around the cuticles, dark red blood mixed with the brine of the deep. My heart stops. Then it restarts with a violence that shakes my entire body. Thyres, I breathe. Another hand slams onto the rock. Slap. The muscles in the forearm bulge, corded and thick, trembling with impossible exertion. He is pulling himself up. He is climbing a sheer, slick cliff face out of the ocean, dragging hundreds of pounds of wet fur and iron chain weight against gravity itself. Valeria steps back, her face draining of colour. Impossible, she hisses. The drop is 300 feet. The weights. With a roar that sounds like a breaking wave, the figure heaves itself over the lip of the cliff. Thyres crashes onto the snow. He lies there for a second, heaving, water pouring off him in rivers. He is a ruin. His fur is matted and slicked to his body. The iron chains are gone, ripped away, leaving raw red bands around his chest and arms where he tore them free. He pushes himself up. He rises to his full height, towering over us, blocking out the grey sky. He is not my prince. The gentle, confused giant who let me braid ribbons into his mane is gone. The creature standing before me is a nightmare of muscle and seawater. He vibrates with a terrifying energy, steam rising from his body as his rage heats the freezing water on his skin. But it is the eyes that stop my breath. They are no longer soft. They are no longer dilated with the drugged, adoring haze of the spell. They are clear. They are sharp. They are black pits of absolute, unadulterated intelligence. And they are fixed on me. Thyres! I scream. I don't think. I don't analyse the look in his eyes. I only know that he is alive. He survived the drop. He came back. The love, the magic. It must have been strong enough to save him. I scramble to my feet and run to him. I throw my arms open, sobbing with relief. You came back, I cry, reaching for him. Oh gods, you came back. I run straight into his reach. His hand shoots out. He doesn't embrace me. He doesn't catch me to cradle me against his chest. He catches me by the throat. His fingers are like iron bands. They close around my neck, cutting off my air, lifting me off my toes. The wet fur is cold and rough against my skin. My hands fly up to claw at his wrist, my legs kicking uselessly. I stare into his face, confused, terrified. Thyres, I wheeze. He pulls me close. His face is inches from mine. I can smell the ocean on him. I can smell the blood. But mostly I smell the hate. It radiates off him like heat from a furnace. No, he growls. His voice is different. It is no longer the flat, monosyllabic drone of the spell. It is deep, rich, and dripping with venom. No more lies, he says. Witch. The word hits me harder than the hand on my throat. Witch. Not gold. Not asset. Witch. He knows. The realization crashes over me. The fall. The water. The spell broke. He isn't looking at his lover. He is looking at his jailer. Release her. The shout comes from behind me. Severina. The matriarch has turned back. She stands with the coven, her hands raised, violet light gathering in her palms. Step away from the girl, beast, Severina commands, or I will finish what the ocean started. Thyres looks up. He doesn't flinch. He doesn't roar. He smiles. It is a smile of pure tactical malice. You want her? He asks. His voice is a rumble of thunder. He tightens his grip on my throat. My vision spots with black. Come and get her. Kill it, Valeria screams, summoning a fireball in her hand. Burn it down. She throws the fire. A lance of crimson flame screams toward us. Thyres doesn't dodge. He doesn't try to block it with his body to save me. He spins. He uses me. He swings me like a shield, putting my body between him and the fire. No! Valeria shrieks, waving her hand to dissipate the flame at the last second. The fire washes over us as a wave of heat, singeing my hair, but it doesn't strike. Thyres laughs. It is a wet, dark sound. You are weak, he snarls at the coven. You will not strike your own blood. He knows. He is thinking. He is using their rules against them. Enforcers! Severina barks. Contain him! Do not hit the girl! The enforcers rush forward, chains of light forming in their hands. They spread out, trying to flank him. Thyres looks at the cliff edge. He looks at the narrow, treacherous goat path that winds down the lower ridge toward the beach, a suicide run in this weather. He looks at me, dangling in his grip. You wanted a night, he whispers to me. His breath is cold on my cheek. You wanted a story. He shifts his grip, grabbing the back of my cloak and the waistband of my dress, hauling me against his side like a piece of luggage. I am not a person to him anymore. I am a ticket out. I am a meat shield. Let's go for a ride. He turns and runs, not toward the coven, toward the edge. He's jumping! Bellona shouts. Thyres launches himself off the ridge. We fall. I scream as the ground vanishes. We hit the slope of the goat path 20 feet down. Thyres lands on his hooves, skidding in the loose shale, sparks flying as his claws dig in for purchase. He doesn't stop. He surfs down the landslide of rock and snow, carrying me with him. Above us, the coven lines the cliff edge. Spells rain down, bolts of lightning, shards of ice, exploding against the rocks around us. Thyres moves with a terrifying agility. He leaps over a boulder, ducks under a blast of force, and keeps sliding, keeps descending. I am battered against his side, choking on dust and snow. I look up at his face. He isn't looking toward me. He is looking at the beach far below. He is calculating the escape.
Chapter 22. Thyres. We hit the sand of the sea cave hard. I do not land with the grace of a warrior. I land with the heavy, wet thud of a carcass. My legs buckle, exhausted by the climb and the swim, and I drop to my hands and knees in the darkness. Seawater pours from my nose and mouth, burning my throat. Janus lands beside me. I dragged her all the way down the goat path, sliding through shale and ice, and now she lies in the sand, coughing, her gray dress soaked and heavy. She looks small. She looks pathetic. The cave is exactly as we left it, yet it feels like a stranger's grave. The civilized things she brought are still here. The peach-colored silk she draped over the jagged rocks to hide their teeth. The pile of furs arranged in a nesting circle. The small table with the silver comb in the mirror. It smells of lavender and rot. It smells of a lie. I stand up. My body aches. The skin around my wrists and chest is raw and bleeding where I tore the iron chains free. The cold of the deep ocean is still in my marrow, but it is nothing compared to the cold in my chest. Janus sits up. She is shivering violently. She looks at me, and for a second I see the old hope flare in her eyes, the delusion that the prince has saved her. "Thyres," she whispers. We escaped." I look at her. "Escaped?" I laugh. It is a harsh, barking sound that bounces off the damp walls. It sounds like something breaking. "We did not escape, witch. We are trapped. The coven holds the cliffs. The ocean holds the exit. We are just rats who found a hole before the cats caught us." I walk to the back of the cave. I grab the peach silk she hung with such care. R-I-P. I tear it down. The sound is sharp and satisfying. I wad the expensive fabric into a ball and throw it into a puddle of brackish water. "Thyres, stop!" Janus scrambles to her feet. "What are you doing? That's our home." "This is not a home," I snarl. "This is a cage you decorated." I turn on her. The rage that fueled my climb up the cliff is cooling into something harder, sharper. I want answers. The clarity in my mind is absolute, and it demands the truth. "Why?" I ask. The word hangs in the air. Janus flinches. She wraps her arms around herself, trying to hide from my gaze. I don't know what you mean." "Do not lie to me!" I roar. I step closer, looming over her. The spell is gone. The ocean IDs aided. I remember the beach. I remember the sand in my eyes. I remember you whispering the words that stole my mind. She shrinks back against the stone wall. The truth is naked on her face now. There is nowhere left to hide. I was lonely," she sobs. The confession spills out of her, small and selfish. "I just wanted to be loved. The sisters, they are so cold. They mocked me. I wanted someone who would look at me like I was precious. I wanted a protector. You wanted a pet," I correct her. My voice is low, vibrating with disgust. "You didn't want a partner. You wanted a dog you could dress up and command." "I loved you," she cries. "I treated you well. I brushed your fur. I read to you." "You lobotomized me!" I shout. I slam my fist into the stone wall next to her head. Dust rains down on us. "You took a sentient being and turned him into a mechanism. Do you know what you did to me, Janus?" I lean in close. I want her to see the damage. I want her to see the monster she made. "I was not a killer before," I whisper. "In the pits, I fought to survive, yes, but I did not relish it. I hated the blood. I hated the crunch of bone." I look at my hands. They are scarred and large. Hands that strangled my shield brother, Vok, because she was afraid of a noise in the dark. "You put the violence in me," I say, "to make me a good protector, to make me safe for you. You rewired my brain to see threats everywhere. You made me paranoid. You made me lethal." I turn to look back at her. Her eyes are wide with horror. "The spell is gone," I tell her. "The magic has been eaten. But the pathways you burned into my soul, the instinct to kill anything that moves, that remains." I step back, disgusted by her, disgusted by myself. "You wanted a pet, Janus, but you built a monster, and now the leash is broken." I turn away from her. I cannot look at her anymore. The sight of her makes me sick. I move through the cave, destroying the last remnants of her fantasy. I kick the table over, sending the silver comb clattering into the dark. I sweep the nest of furs apart, kicking them into a rough, utilitarian pile in the driest corner. "This is a survival den now," I state. "No ribbons, no poetry, just rock and cold." I sit down heavily on the stone floor, my back to the wall, facing the entrance. I pick up a piece of driftwood and take out my knife. I begin to sharpen it. Janus stands shivering in the ruined room. Are you going to kill me?" she asks. Her voice is tiny. I look at her. I consider it. It would be easy. It would be justice. "No," I say. I test the edge of the knife against my thumb. I say coldly, "We are stuck here, witch, until we have a boat to cross the ocean." "Can you not swim it again?" Get help? She asks. While you sit here with fire and food, I swam the ocean because of love. I will not swim to save you. I shall take that as a compliment, she replies. Are you flirting with me? I look at her with eyes that see nothing but a target I am forced to tolerate. You think I would flirt with a big dumb piece of Torah crap? She yells. And Dawn, think for a second that I am your prince. If you try to cast a spell, if you try to touch my mind again, I will cut your hands off. Screw you, Samnak-faced jerk! I let out a laugh and realize her face is very pretty, her lips soft, and how the tip of her tongue sometimes slips out for a little lick. It's about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort, and as much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprotheka.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the Worlds of Protheka.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back.
Next time, I growl, voice low and dangerous. You won't be so lucky.
Chapter 23. Janus. The peach ribbon does not want to burn. It is made of high-quality silk, bought from a merchant in the capital before I was exiled, and it smoulders reluctantly in the damp, smoking fire of our cave. It curls in on itself, turning from a symbol of vanity into a black, sticky ash that smells of burnt hair. I watch it go. For weeks, this ribbon was the crown of the golden goddess. I wove it into my hair every morning, casting a minor glamour to keep it bright and clean, pretending I was a princess in a tower rather than an outcast in a hole. Thyres used to touch it with reverent fingers. He used to say it looked like the sunrise. Now Thyres sits at the mouth of the cave, sharpening his spear with a rhythmic, grinding sound that sets my teeth on edge. He hasn't looked at me in 2 days. I reach down and tear the hem of my dress. The grey silk screams as it rips. I strip off a long, ragged bandage and wrap it around my foot. The delicate slippers I wore for the romance disintegrated days ago on the sharp rocks. My feet are cut and bleeding, the skin rubbed raw by the salt and sand. I tie the knot tight, wincing as the fabric bites into a blister. The goddess is dead. The asset is retired. There is only the refugee left, and she is starving. My stomach cramps, a sharp, twisting pain that bends me double. We haven't eaten since the limp crab Thyres caught yesterday morning. He ate the claws. He threw me the legs. It wasn't enough. I look at his broad back. He is tense, watching the horizon for the black sails of the Coven's ships. He is a survivor. He will eat seaweed if he has to. But I am weak. My magic feels distant, a low hum that I cannot access without my grimoires or reagents. I cannot conjure food. I cannot heal my feet. I have to be useful. If I am just a burden, eventually he will decide the hostage isn't worth the calories. I stand up, swaying slightly, and grab a piece of driftwood I sharpened against a rock. It is a pathetic spear, crooked and blunt, but it is all I have. I limp past him. He doesn't turn his head. He doesn't acknowledge my existence. I walk down to the tide pools at the base of the cliff. The tide is out, exposing the jagged, barnacle-encrusted ribs of the earth. The pools are dark and still, reflecting the grey sky. I see movement, a flash of silver, a rockfish trapped in the shallows. I creep forward, holding my breath. My reflection stares back at me from the water, haggard, pale, with dark circles under eyes that look too large for my face. I look like a ghost. I raise the stick. Just strike, I tell myself. It's just physics. I lunge. My foot slips on a patch of slick green moss. I go down hard. My hand shoots out to break my fall, and my palm slams onto a cluster of razor-sharp barnacles. I cry out as the shells slice through my skin. I splash into the freezing water, soaking my rags, gasping as the salt stings my open cuts. The fish darts away, disappearing into a crevice. I sit there in the freezing pool, water up to my waist, clutching my bleeding hand to my chest. The pain is sharp and grounding, but the humiliation is worse. I am a witch of the Silver Coven. I can bend light, I can manipulate gravity, but I cannot catch a fish. I hear a sound above me. I look up. Theres is standing on a ledge of rock, looking down. He holds his ironwood spear loosely in one hand. In the days of the lie, he would have been beside me in an instant. He would have scooped me up, his eyes wide with panic. He would have healed the cut with a gentle lick or carried me back to the fire, cooing about how the world was too sharp for his gold. Now he just watches. His face is a mask of indifference. He looks at my bleeding hand. He looks at the stick floating in the water. He looks at me, shivering and wet. There is no pity in his eyes. There is only a cold, clinical assessment of my failure. He doesn't offer a hand. He doesn't speak. He simply turns his back and walks away, leaving me to drag myself out of the slime. I limp back to the cave an hour later, empty-handed and defeated. Theres is gone. He is likely hunting in the deep water, where I cannot follow. I crawl to my corner, the survival den, as he calls it. It is just a pile of damp furs on the hard stone, far away from where he sleeps. I curl up, pressing my wounded hand into my armpit to keep it warm, and close my eyes. I try to sleep to forget the hunger. When I wake, the light in the cave has changed. The sun is setting, painting the walls in bruised purples and greys. Something smells distinct. Not rot, not salt, meat. I sit up. On a flat stone near my head, there is a fish. It is a large rock cod. It has been beheaded and gutted with brutal efficiency, the scales scraped off. It is raw, bloody and unseasoned. It has been tossed there like one might toss a bone to a stray dog that is too pathetic to hunt for itself. I look across the cave. Theres is sitting by the fire, eating his own share. He is tearing the meat from the bone with his teeth, staring into the flames. He does not look at me. I reach out and take the fish. My hands are trembling. I should be offended. I should demand that he cook it for me. I should demand that he treat me like a person, not a prisoner. But I am starving. I crawl to the fire, keeping my distance, and skewer the fish on my stick. I hold it over the smoky flames. As the skin crisps and the fat begins to render, a strange thought settles in my chest. When he gave me flowers before, he didn't have a choice. When he brought me the perfect stones from the beach, it was because the magic in his brain screamed at him to please the asset. Every kindness, every touch, every act of service was coerced. It was slavery disguised as romance. He hates me now. He despises the air I breathe. But he caught this fish, and he decided, with his own free will, to cut a piece off for me. It isn't love. It isn't even kindness. It is pity. It is the bare minimum of keeping a creature alive. But it is real. I take a bite of the hot, charred fish. It tastes of ash and blood and the sea. It is the best thing I have ever tasted. I eat in silence, watching the monster I made, and for the first time, I don't wish for the prince to come back. I would rather starve with the truth than feast on a lie.
Chapter 24. Theres. Sleep is a battlefield I always lose. In the waking world, I am in a cave on the edge of the Praj cliffs, hiding from witches. But when my eyes close, I'm back in the red dust of the Kalzar arena. The smell hits me first: copper, excrement, and the sour sweat of 1,000 betting men. Then the sound, the roar of the crowd, a wall of noise that vibrates in my teeth. I'm holding my axe. Across the sand, the gate rises. It is not a hydra this time. It is Vakhammer. He looks at me with sad, dead eyes. He opens his mouth to speak, but only seawater pours out. "Kill him," the voice commands. "Do it for her." My hands move without my permission. I feel the snap of his neck. I feel the life go out of him. "No!" I wake up shouting. I sit up so fast my head spins, my hand grasping for a spear that isn't there. My chest is heaving, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. The cave is dark, save for the dying embers of the fire, which cast long, twisting shadows against the damp walls. I am sweating, despite the cold. The echo of my shout fades, leaving a silence that is heavy and suffocating. Then, a sound breaks it. It is a small, trembling noise coming from the corner where the asset sleeps. I freeze. My ears swivel, locking onto the frequency. It is Janus. She is huddled in her pile of furs, sitting up, watching me with wide, terrified eyes. She is humming. It's supposed to be a lullaby, I assume. A melody to soothe a child. It is the most offensive sound I've ever heard. Her pitch is wavering, sliding between keys like a drunkard on ice. She is flat on the low notes and sharp on the high ones. It grates against my hearing, a physical irritant that makes the fur on my neck stand up. It sounds less like comfort and more like a dying seagull. Ma. I grit my teeth. The headache from the nightmare spikes. "Stop!" I growl. She stops instantly, her mouth snapping shut. She pulls the furs up to her chin, looking at me as if I'm about to strike her. I was just trying to help," she whispers. "You were screaming. My mother used to sing this when I had bad dreams." "Your mother must have hated you," I say, rubbing my temples. "You are hurting the air." "Hurting the air?" she asks, blinking. "The vibration," I explain, my voice rough with sleep. "It is jagged. You're sawing at the silence. It causes tension in the listener, not peace." She looks down at her hands. "I'm sorry. I didn't want you to be alone in the dark." The words hang there. I look at her. She is shivering slightly. She is just a girl in rags, sitting in a cold cave with a monster who hates her. And yet, when the monster screamed, she didn't hide. She tried to make a noise to cover the fear. It was a terrible noise, but the intent was functional. I let out a long breath, steaming in the cold air. "The throat must be open," I say. She looks up. "What?" "To make a sound that soothes, the chest must be a cavern, not a cage," I tell her. "You are singing from your nose. It is thin. It is anxious." I shift my position, crossing my legs. I close my eyes. I try to find a frequency that will scrub the sound of Vok's snapping neck from my mind. I inhale deep into my diaphragm. I let the sound out. It is not a song. It is a drone. A low, resonant rumble that starts in the center of my chest and travels up through the stone floor. It is the sound the earth makes before an earthquake. It is a G-sharp, deep and steady, vibrating at a frequency that slows the heart rate. The sound fills the cave. It doesn't bounce off the walls. It seems to soak into them. It wraps around the fire, around the cold, around the fear. I hold the note for a long time, letting it stabilize my own pulse. When I run out of breath, I let the silence return. It is a cleaner silence now. The jagged edges are gone. I open my eyes. Janus is staring at me. Her mouth is slightly open. She looks stunned. "That was," she whispers. "That was beautiful. It felt like holding a heavy stone." "It is a grounding tone," I say dismissively, lying back down. "Minotaurs use it to calm the herd before a storm." "Can you do it again?" she asks softly. "No," I grunt. "Go to sleep." I turn my back to her, pulling my own fur covering over my shoulder. But I do not close my eyes immediately. I stare at the wall of the cave. I can feel her eyes on my back. In the firelight, I saw her face clearly. Without the peach ribbon, without the silk, without the glamour of the spell. Her nose is too sharp. Her chin is weak. Her hair is a tangled mess of black grease and salt. She is plain. She is unremarkable. She is nothing like the golden goddess my drugged mind invented. She is just a human. But she listened. She didn't cover her ears. She didn't try to change the note. She just sat there and let the sound exist. For the first time since the ocean, I do not feel the urge to throw her off the cliff. She is not a goddess, but she is quiet. And for tonight, that is enough.
Chapter 25. Gynus. Driftwood is heavier than it looks. It is waterlogged, dense with salt, and shaped awkwardly by the relentless churning of the tide. I drag a long, twisted branch of bleached pine across the rocky beach, the rough bark tearing at my already blistered palms. My back aches, a dull, throbbing rhythm that has become the soundtrack of my life. But I do not stop. The fire must be fed. It is the first law of the cave. Thyres hunts for calories. I hunt for heat. It is a transactional arrangement, cold and necessary, stripped of all the poetry I once tried to force upon it. I reach the tree line, where the grey stones of the beach give way to the stunted, wind-twisted spruce of the lower wilderness. I need kindling, dry needles, pine cones, dead branches that haven't tasted the ocean. I drop the heavy log and wipe the sweat from my forehead with a dirty sleeve. The wind is shifting today. It is coming from the north, carrying the scent of snow and something else. Smoke. I freeze. My first thought is the coven. They found us. I crouch low behind a boulder, my heart hammering against my ribs. I scan the sky, looking for the telltale violet shimmer of a scrying spell, or the sleek, unnatural flight of a witch on a broom. But the sky is empty grey. I look in the direction of the smoke again. It isn't rising from the coven's towers in the distance. It is coming from the valley just north of our ridge, a thin black column rising straight up into the still air. It is not magic smoke. Witchfire burns clean. It smells of ozone and herbs. This smoke is thick, oily, and greasy. It smells of burning fat and wet fur. And it is rhythmic. Puff, puff, hold, puff. It is a signal. I learned the codes in the library, years ago, when I was studying the geopolitical threats to the Enclave. I memorized the patterns of the savage races, thinking it was all theoretical, just history to be passed on a test. 2 short, 1 long, 1 short, wolf, found, trail. My blood runs cold. It isn't the coven. It is a hunting party. I creep forward, moving silently through the underbrush, drawn by a terrified curiosity. I need to be sure. I need to know what is hunting us. I reach a clearing about 100 yards inland. There, nailed to the trunk of a dead birch tree, is a marker. It is crude, hacked into the wood with a heavy blade, a circle with a jagged line running through it, and below it, hanging from a leather thong, is a jawbone. Iron has been hammered into the teeth, replacing the enamel with rusted metal. The Iron Jaw clan. The breath catches in my throat. I know that name. I know it not from books, but from the nightmares. Vok Hammer. Thyres screams that name in his sleep. Vok, his shield brother. The orc he killed in the arena because I was frightened. The friend he murdered because my voice was inside his head, piloting his hands. The Ironjaws are not just orcs. They are a family. They are a blood-bound clan that values loyalty above gold. If Vok Hammer was one of them. They aren't hunting for meat. They aren't hunting for sport. They are hunting for the Minotaur who betrayed his kin. They have found the trail. They know he is here. I stumble back, stepping on a dry branch. Snap. The sound is like a gunshot in the quiet woods. I turn and run. I abandon the firewood. I abandon the kindling. I scramble over the rocks, my breath tearing at my lungs, my legs pumping, fueled by pure adrenaline. I have to warn him. I have to tell Thyres that the past has caught up to us. I scramble down the goat path, sliding on the loose shale, cutting my knees, but I don't feel the pain. I hit the sand of the beach and sprint toward the dark maw of the cave. 10 yards from the entrance, I skid to a halt. A thought hits me, paralyzing and cold. Why am I running? I am running to save him. I am running to give him a chance to fight or flee. But if I tell Thyres that Vokhammer's brothers are on the ridge, looking for blood, what will he do? He hates me. He despises me for what I did to him. He carries the guilt of Vok's death like a stone around his neck. He believes he is a monster because I made him one. If he knows the Iron Jaws are here, he won't fight them. He might surrender to them. He might welcome the judgment of the axe as penance for his sin. Or worse, he might give me to them. He might realize that the only way to pay the blood debt is to hand over the witch who pulled the strings. He could trade my life for his honor. He could walk away, and I would be left to the mercy of a clan that skins its enemies alive. The smart thing, the survival thing, would be to say nothing. Let them come. Let them ambush him. In the chaos, I could slip away. I could steal his spear and run south. I stand there in the sand, trembling. This is the choice I stole from him on the beach. Back then, I saw a threat, and instead of trusting him, instead of giving him the agency to choose, I enslaved him. I took his will because I was afraid of the outcome. I look at the dark cave. I look toward the smoke rising over the ridge. I am not the golden goddess. I am a refugee in rags with dirty hair and bloody feet. But I am not a slaver anymore. I take a deep breath, tasting the salt and the fear. I run into the cave. Thyres is sitting by the fire pit, working a piece of flint over a spearhead. He looks up as I burst in, his eyes narrowing at my empty hands. "Where is the wood?" he rumbles. "The fire is dying." "They are here," I gasp, doubling over, hands on my knees. "Smoke signals. North Ridge." Thyres goes still. He stands up slowly, the spear moving into a combat grip. "Coven?" he asks. "No," I say. I look up, meeting his black, hateful eyes. "Orcs. Iron Jaw clan." Thyres flinches as if I slapped him. His ears flatten against his skull. The colour drains from his face, leaving him ashen grey under the fur. "Iron Jaw," he whispers. "There was a marker," I say, forcing the words out. "A jawbone with metal teeth. They are tracking us, Thyres. They know you are here." He stares at me. The silence stretches, heavy and suffocating. He knows what this means. He knows who they are coming for. "Why are you telling me this?" he asks quietly. "Because we need to run," I say. "No," he says. "Why are you telling me? You know what Vok was to me. You know what I did." He steps closer, his shadow falling over me. "You know that if I give you to them, they might let me live," he says. "You know that I could buy my redemption with your head." "I know," I whisper. My voice shakes, but I hold his gaze. "I know you could, and you would have every right to do it." I straighten up. I am small, weak, and defenseless against him. "But I stole your choice once," I say. "I won't do it again. They are coming, Thyres. What do you want to do?" He looks at me. For a long moment, he searches my face, looking for the trick, looking for the spell. He finds only terror and a strange, desperate honesty. He looks at the spear in his hand. He looks at the cave entrance. He closes his eyes and lets out a low, shuddering breath. "Pack the furs," he says. He turns to the fire and kicks sand over it, extinguishing the light. "We are not trading lives today. He growls in the darkness. We are moving. Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you.
Chapter 26. Thyres. Pack the furs, I had said. We are moving. But Janus does not move to the corner. She does not reach for the tattered skins or the water skins. She stands in the center of the cave, her feet wrapped in gray silk and blood, holding her sharpened piece of driftwood like a sword. No, she says. I pause, my hand hovering over the sand I was about to kick onto the embers. I look at her. No. You can't fight them, Thyres, she says. Her voice is shaking, but her eyes are dry. The Ironjaws travel in packs of 10. They have heavy axes. They have crossbows. You are unarmored. You are healing. They will kill you. They are coming for blood, I state flatly. I will give them some. Whether it is theirs or mine is a matter of geometry. Go south, she says. The words hang in the damp air, heavy and strange. What? The tide is going out, she says, pointing to the mouth of the cave. The current is pulling toward the southern archipelagos. You are strong enough to make the swim now. You can hold your breath long enough to get past the breakers. She steps closer, gripping her pathetic stick tighter. I will go up the goat path, she says. I will make noise. I will light a fire on the ridge. I will draw them away from the beach. By the time they realize I am alone, you will be 2 miles out. I stare at her. She is proposing a trade. She is offering to act as a lure, a piece of meat thrown to the wolves, to buy me time to escape. You are telling me to run, I say slowly. I am telling you to be free, she whispers. I stole your life, Thyres. I owe you this. Go. Please. Just go. I look at the ocean. The water is gray and churning, but she is right. The current is favorable. If I leave now, I could make the islands by nightfall. The southern archipelagos are lawless lands. No coven, no Ironjaws. I could disappear. I could find a ship. I could find a life where no one knows my name and no one whispers in my mind. It is a perfect solution. I look at the smoke rising over the ridge. Vokhammer's brothers are up there. They want justice for the shield brother I strangled. If I leave Janus to them, they will take their rage out on her. They will tear her apart. It would be justice, wouldn't it? She pulled the strings. She is the reason Vok is dead. If she dies screaming on the ridge, the scales are balanced. I look at the water again. Freedom is right there. It smells of salt and open air. Then I look back at her. She is trembling. Her knees are knocking together. She is terrified. But she is standing there, chin jutting out, offering to die so the monster she created can survive. I see the dirt on her face. I see the raw, red skin of her hands where she failed to catch the fish. I remember Camp Hope. I remember her kneeling in the mud, grabbing the sickness from strangers and pulling it into her own body until her nose bled. She didn't have to do that. The spell didn't command her to save them. She did it because underneath the vanity and the lies, there's a core of stubborn, stupid grit. I remember the humming, the terrible off-key noise she made in the dark because she thought I was afraid. She is not a goddess. She is a small, weak, manipulative human. But she is not a coward. And neither am I. A minotaur of the Kalzar pits does not sneak out the back door while a girl fights his battles. I refuse to run from orcs. I do not swim away and leave my debts unpaid. If I leave her, I am exactly what she made me, a beast. If I stay, I am something else. I am a warrior making a choice. I reach out and grab the spear from the sand. The ironwood is cool and heavy in my hand. It feels familiar. It feels like truth. No, I say. Janus blinks, tears spilling over. Thyres, please. You don't owe me anything. Let me do this. Put down the stick, Janus, I growl. You look ridiculous. I turn away from her, facing the cave entrance. I spin the spear in my hand, feeling the balance, settling my weight into a combat stance. My heart slows down. The tactical grid in my mind lights up, overlaying the terrain with angles of attack and kill zones. I don't run from scavengers, I tell her, my voice low and dangerous, and I do not let others pay my tab. But they will kill you, she wails. Then I will die standing up, I answer. Get behind me. Stay low. And for the love of the gods, do not hum. I step into the light. I am not fighting for her. I am not fighting for love. I am fighting because this is my cave, this is my spear, and no one takes what is mine. Let them come.
Chapter 27. Janus. Dusk does not fall gently on the coast of Praj. It bleeds into the sky like a spreading bruise, turning the grey ocean purple and the wet sand the colour of dried blood. We wait by the rocks near the cave entrance, two refugees backed into a corner by the geography of our own bad choices. Thyres stands in front of me, a wall of dark fur and tense muscle. He holds his ironwood spear low, the tip tracing small, restless circles in the air. His breathing is slow, rhythmic, a deep bellows that contrasts sharply with the frantic, bird-like fluttering of my own heart against my ribs. I crouch in his shadow, clutching my weapon. A piece of driftwood I spent an hour sharpening against a piece of shale. It is light, brittle, and utterly ridiculous. In my other life, I wielded gravity. I commanded light. I could have snapped the necks of our pursuers with a whisper and a flick of my wrist. Now, I am holding a stick, shivering in the cold wind, preparing to poke a giant. The absurdity of it makes me want to laugh, but the laughter sticks in my throat, tasting of bile. Steady! Thyres rumbles, not looking back. They are close. They do not scream. They do not beat their chests or howl at the moon like the monsters in the storybooks. The Iron Jaws are professionals. They are executioners, not berserkers. They emerge from the tree line like shadows detaching themselves from the gloom. There are 3 of them. They are massive, their shoulders wider than the boulders they step around. They wear armour cobbled together from boiled leather and scrap iron, the metal rusted by the salt air but thick enough to turn a blade. Their skin is painted with white clay in jagged patterns that look like exposed ribs, and hanging from their belts are the jawbones of their kills, the teeth replaced with iron spikes. They move with a terrifying, silent coordination, spreading out to cut off our escape routes. One of them steps forward. He carries a double-headed axe that looks heavy enough to cleave a ship's mast. He points the haft at Thyres. "Brother killer!" He grunts. His voice sounds like gravel grinding in a mixer. Thyres does not speak. He does not deny it. He simply shifts his weight, the sand crunching under his hooves, and settles into a low combat stance. Then the silence breaks. The orcs charge. The collision is seismic. 2 of the Iron Jaws slam into Thyres at once, their axes swinging in deadly synchronized arcs intended to hamstring and behead. Thyres meets them with a roar that shakes the water from the rocks. He catches the first blow on the shaft of his spear, the ironwood ringing like a bell, and ducks the second with a speed that belies his size. He is a whirlwind of motion, a dancer made of granite. He pivots, kicks, and thrusts, using the orc's own momentum against them. Sparks fly as wood meets steel. Blood sprays across the sand as his spear tip finds a gap in the leather armour. But there are 3 of them, and Theres is only 1. While the first 2 engage the Minotaur, pressing him back toward the cliff face, effectively walling him off with a flurry of steel, the 3rd brother breaks away. He is the biggest of them all. His face is a ruin of old scars, and his left ear has been sheared off. He looks at me. He smiles, his lips peeling back to reveal a mouth where every natural tooth has been pulled and replaced with sharpened iron. Krog. He lumbers toward me, ignoring the titan clash behind him. He has no weapon drawn. He doesn't need one. I scramble backward, my heels digging into the loose sand. "Stay back!" I scream, raising my sharpened stick. My voice is shrill, pathetic against the roar of the surf. Krog laughs. It is a wet, gurgling sound. He doesn't even slow down. I lunge. I put every ounce of my fear and desperation into the thrust, aiming the driftwood spear at his throat. He catches the wood in one massive hand. He stops my attack with the casual ease of an adult stopping a toddler. He looks at the stick, then at me, his eyes burning with a cold, intelligent hate. Snap! He crushes the wood in his fist, splintering it into useless kindling. "Witch!" he growls. His hand shoots out. It is the size of a shovel. He grabs me by the front of my dress and my shoulder, his fingers digging into my flesh like meat hooks. The world spins. The air leaves my lungs in a whoosh as I am lifted off my feet. I kick uselessly at his chest, my toes bouncing off the hardened leather. "No!" I gasp, clawing at his thick, greasy wrist. "Let me go!" Krog ignores me. He turns and begins to walk, dragging me away from the cave, away from the water, toward the drift line where a pile of wood has been stacked. A bonfire. They built it before they attacked. They signalled the clan, they built the pyre, and then they came for us. This was premeditated. "You took Vok," Krog bellows, his voice shaking the ground as he marches. "You stole his mind. You made him betray blood." He reaches the pile of wood and throws me onto the sand. I land hard, the impact jarring my teeth, sand filling my mouth. I scramble to get up, to run, but Krog plants a heavy, iron-shod boot on my chest, pinning me to the earth. He leans over me, dripping saliva onto my face. Up close he smells of rancid grease, old blood, and the smoke of the signal fire. "To kill a warrior is life," Krog snarls, leaning his weight onto my ribs until I gasp for air. "To steal his will, to make him a puppet, that is rot. We do not give clean deaths to mind thieves." He reaches into his belt and pulls out a torch, already wrapped in oil-soaked rags. He strikes a flint against his armour. Sparks shower down. The torch catches with a whoomp, casting long, dancing shadows across the beach. "We burn the rot out," he declares. He lowers the torch toward the dry wood stacked beside my head. "Thyres!" I scream. It is a primal sound, ripped from the bottom of my lungs. 50 yards away, Thyres hears me. He is fighting for his life. One orc is down, clutching a shattered knee, but the other is pressing him hard, swinging a warhammer with relentless fury. Thyres turns his head. His eyes lock onto me. He sees Krog. He sees the fire. He hesitates. The tactical grid in his mind must be screaming at him to hold the line, to maintain his defence. But the instinct I planted, or perhaps just the honour of a warrior who refuses to let a hostage die, overrides it. He takes a step toward me. He lowers his guard to rush to my aid. No, I think, seeing the opening before he does. The orc with the hammer sees it too. He lunges. The hammer strikes Thyres in the shoulder. There is a sickening crunch of bone. Thyres roars in pain, stumbling sideways, dropping to one knee. Blood explodes from his shoulder, painting his dark fur crimson. He tries to get up. He looks at me, his eyes wide and desperate. He is going to try again. He is going to charge Krog to save me, and the orc behind him is going to bury that hammer in his skull. He is going to die because of me. Again. I look at the fire curling toward the wood. I look at Krog's iron teeth. Then I look past Theres, to the dark, churning ocean. The current is strong. The way is open. If he stops fighting for me, if he turns and runs, he can make it. I stop fighting the boot on my chest. I stop crying. The clarity hits me, cold and sharp. I stole his choice on the beach. I stole his life. I owe him this one. Go! I scream, forcing the word through my raw throat. Theres, go! He freezes, staring at me across the firelight. Don't save me! I shriek, the tears finally falling. Just run! Go!
Chapter 28. Theres. The pain in my left shoulder is a blinding white sun. It radiates outward from the shattered joint, pulsing in time with my heart, threatening to drag me down into the blackness of shock. I'm on one knee in the sand, gasping for air that smells of salt and iron. The world is spinning. I can hear the ocean roaring behind me, the deep, cold water that promises safety. The current is strong. If I turn now, if I dive, I can be gone before the orc with the hammer can swing again. I can leave this cursed beach. I can leave the witch to her fire. Then the scream cuts through the roar. Go! Theres, go! I freeze. It is not a command. It does not carry the sickening, syrupy weight of the spell that used to enslave my mind. There is no golden wire pulling at my spine, forcing my limbs to move against my will. It is a plea. It is the raw, desperate sound of a creature that has accepted its own death to buy another moment of life for someone else. I look up. Through the haze of pain, I see her. Janus is pinned under Krog's boot, the torch hovering inches from the dry wood. She is crying, her face streaked with dirt and tears. But she is not looking at the orc. She is looking at me. She is begging me to run. She stole my choice on the beach. She took my will and twisted it to serve her fear. But now she is giving it back. She is offering her life to balance the ledger. Something inside me breaks. It is not a bone. It is the wall of cold, hard resentment I have built around my heart since the ocean floor. I listen to the silence in my head. There is no voice. There is no protect the asset. There is no obey. There is only me, a minotaur of the Kalzar pits, a warrior who has been broken, drowned, and betrayed. And I am not leaving. I do not fight for the golden goddess. I do not fight for the lie. I fight because she stood her ground with a stick of driftwood. I fight because she is the only person in this wretched world who has ever tried to save me back. The orc with the hammer steps forward. He grins, raising the heavy weapon for a killing blow. He thinks I am done. He thinks I am meat. I bare my teeth. Wrong, I snarl. I ignore the screaming agony in my shoulder. I drive my hooves into the wet sand and explode upward. The orc is surprised. He expected an executee, not a gladiator. He swings the hammer in a clumsy horizontal arc, aiming for my ribs. I do not block it. I cannot block it with one arm. Instead, I use the terrain. I kick a spray of wet, heavy sand directly into his face. He blinks, blinded for a fraction of a second. His swing goes wide, the heavy iron head whistling past my hip. The momentum carries him off balance, exposing his throat. I step into his guard. I drive the ironwood spear upward with my good arm. I do not aim for the chest. The armor is too thick. I aim for the soft spot under the chin. Thud. The spear punches through the soft palate and into the brain. The orc goes rigid. His eyes roll back. He drops the hammer, his hands clawing uselessly at the shaft embedded in his skull. I rip the spear free with a wet suck and kick his body away. One down. I turn toward the fire. Krog is staring at me. He has dropped the torch, which is sputtering in the sand, dangerously close to the kindling. He sees his brother fall. He sees me standing there, dripping blood and seawater, holding the spear that killed his kin. He does not look afraid. He looks delighted. He reaches down and pulls a serrated iron pike from the sand. It is a long, cruel weapon designed to impale cavalry charges. "Come then, brother killer!" Krog bellows. "Come and die!" He is 20 yards away. He has the reach. He has the high ground. And he has Janus. I cannot dance with him. I cannot spar. If I take too long, the fire catches. If I hesitate, he kills her. I have to close the distance instantly. I verify the angle. I calculate the cost. I charge. I run straight at the pike. Krog braces himself, setting the butt of the weapon in the sand, aiming the tip at my chest. He expects me to dodge. He expects me to try to knock it aside. I do neither. At the last second, I twist my torso. I let the pike hit me. I feel the cold iron tear through the flesh of my right flank. It misses the ribs, misses the organs, sliding through the muscle like a hot needle. It is agonizing, a fresh wave of fire to join the one in my shoulder, but it does not stop me. I slide up the shaft of his weapon, impaling myself to get within reach. Krog's eyes go wide. He realizes too late that he has made a mistake. He is tethered to his weapon, and I am the avalanche coming down the handle. I release my spear. I grab him. My hand, my good hand, closes around his throat. My other arm wraps around his waist. I lift him. I roar, pouring every ounce of my pain, my hate, and my fury into the motion. I lift the 300-pound orc off his feet. "Get off my beach!" I run him backward. I drive him away from the fire, away from Janus, down the slope of the beach. I throw him. I launch him into the crashing surf. He hits the water with a massive splash. A heavy wave crashes over him instantly, rolling him, dragging him down into the dark undertow. He tries to stand, sputtering, but the weight of his iron armor is a death sentence in the roiling water. Another wave hits him. He goes under. He does not come up. I stand there for a moment, chest heaving, blood streaming from my flank and my shoulder, mixing with the seawater swirling around my hooves. I turn back. Janus is lying on the sand near the unlit pyre. She is curled into a ball, shaking violently. She saw it all. She saw the pike go through me. She saw the monster in the firelight. She flinches as I approach. She thinks I'm coming to finish the job. She thinks the rage is indiscriminate. I limp toward her. The pain is a dull roar now, a background noise to the silence in my head. I stop beside her. I reach down. She squeezes her eyes shut, waiting for the blow. I use the blood-slicked edge of my spear tip to slice the leather straps binding her wrists. Snap! She gasps, her hands flying to her chest. She looks up at me, her eyes blown wide, reflecting the moonlight and the blood on my fur. "Thyres," she whispers. You stayed." I look down at her. I do not offer her a hand up. I do not smile. I am too tired, too broken for softness. "I told you," I growl, my voice rough with smoke and pain. I look out at the dark ocean where Krog vanished. I do not run from scavengers.
Chapter 29. Janus. The needle is a bone sliver I carved myself, and the thread is a sinew stripped from the dried meat in our stores. It is crude, barbaric medicine, but it is all we have. "Hold still," I whisper. Thyres sits on the stone floor near the fire, his massive back to me. The firelight dances over the ruin of his body. The pike wound in his flank has been packed with wet moss to stop the bleeding, but the shoulder, the place where the hammer struck, is an ugly gaping maw that refuses to close. I push the needle through the tough, rubbery skin at the edge of the wound. Thyres hisses through his teeth, his muscles bunching under my hand like coiled steel ropes. A low growl vibrates in his chest. but he doesn't pull away. I know, I murmur, my hands slick with his blood. I know it hurts. I'm sorry. My hands are shaking, but not from fear. They are shaking from the adrenaline crash. An hour ago, I was screaming on a beach, watching him impale himself on an iron pike to save me. Now the silence of the cave feels louder than the battle. I pull the stitch tight. 1. I learned to stitch flesh in the infirmary of the coven, practicing on pig carcasses. I was good at it. I was clinical. But this is different. This is the flesh I touched with false reverence for weeks. This is the body I enslaved. Every drop of blood on my fingers feels like an indictment. You lost a lot of blood, I say, trying to fill the silence. You need water. I can boil some more once I finish this row. Just so, witch, he grunts, but the bite is gone from his voice. It is just tired. I finish the shoulder. I tie off the knot and bite the sinew with my teeth to cut it. I move around to face him. I need to check the flank. He looks exhausted. His eyes are half closed, heavy with pain and fatigue. The dark fur on his chest is matted with sand and dried gore. He looks less like a monster and more like a fortress that has weathered a siege. I dip a rag in the bowl of warm water and gently wipe the sand from the wound on his side. He flinches when the cloth touches the raw edges. I'm so sorry. The words spill out of me before I can stop them. Thyres, look at you. I did this. If I hadn't brought you here, if I hadn't made you fight them. I look at his scars, the old ones from the pits, the new ones from the ocean, the fresh ones from the beach. I am the architect of his pain. I should have let you leave, I sob, the tears finally spilling over. I should have let you swim away. You were free. Why did you come back? Why did you save me? I reach for the rag to wipe my own eyes. Thyres moves. His hand, the size of a dinner plate, rough and calloused, comes up. He covers my mouth. It isn't a violent gesture. It is a dam. He stops the flow of my guilt with his palm. Quiet, he rumbles. He looks at me. His eyes are black and deep, reflecting the dying embers of the fire. The spell is gone, he says. His voice is low, steady, stripping away the panic in the room. The Oceanides ate it. The voice in my head is silent. There is no wire pulling my spine, no command code. He slowly lowers his hand from my mouth, but he doesn't pull it away. He rests his knuckles against my cheek. His thumb brushes away a tear. My mind is my own, Janus, he says. Do you understand? I nod, trembling. Yes. I did not fight because I had to, he tells me. I did not come back because I was programmed to protect the asset. He leans forward. The heat radiating from him is overwhelming. I fought because I chose to, he whispers, and I am still here. The words hang in the air, heavier and more real than any poetry I ever read to him. He is still here. He chose the cave. He chose the pain. He chose me. He looks at my mouth. In the before, when the magic was twisting his perception, he used to look at me with a hungry, devastating worship. He used to devour me because he was starving for the light I promised him. He isn't looking at me like that now. He is looking at me with clarity. He sees the dirt on my nose. He sees the fear in my eyes. He sees the small, flawed woman who broke him and put him back together. And he leans in. I stop breathing. He closes the distance slowly, giving me every chance to pull away, every chance to say no. He is giving me the choice I stole from him. I don't pull away. I lean forward. His lips touch mine. It is not the ravishing fairy tale kiss of the prince. It is rough. It tastes of salt and blood and smoke. His mouth is hot and hesitant, careful not to crush me.
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, We have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the Worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. Don't you dare pass out on me, little witch, he murmurs, softer now. Not when I'm still inside you. I manage a shaky laugh, voice wrecked. Wouldn't dream of it, my prince. He huffs, something between a laugh and a growl, and leans down to kiss me again. Rough, real and mine.
Chapter 30. Thyres. The cliffs of Praj are shrinking. From the deck of the raft we build together, they look less like the teeth of the world and more like a gray smudge of charcoal rubbed against the horizon. The ocean swells beneath us, a rhythmic, heaving beast that carries us south with a gentle indifference. I lean against the tiller, the rough wood digging into my good palm. The raft is a crude thing, lashed together from driftwood logs and scavenged barrels, bound with the same leather strips I cut from the dead orc's armor. It is ugly. It sits low in the water. It groans with every wave, but it floats. I look back one last time. High up on the ridge, standing on the very edge of the executioner's drop, is a figure. It is too far to see her face, but I know the silhouette, the rigid posture, the black robes that do not flutter in the wind because the air itself is afraid to touch her. Severina, the prune. She is watching us go. She could raise a hand and crush this raft with a gravity well. She could teleport a squad of enforcers onto the deck. But she doesn't. She stands there for a long moment, a statue of judgment, and then she turns her back. The coven does not chase ghosts, and to them, we are dead. We are just refuse washing out to sea. She's gone, I say. Janus looks up from her lap. She is sitting cross-legged near the mast, shielded from the spray by a tarp. She squints at the cliff, then lets out a breath she seems to have been holding for a week. Good, she whispers. Let them keep their rocks. She looks down again. She is not holding a mirror. She is not braiding ribbons into her hair. She is holding a map, a damp, crinkled piece of parchment she stole from the library years ago. It depicts the southern archipelagos, a mess of ink islands and warning labels that read, "Here be monsters." She is tracing a route with a dirty fingernail, muttering about currents and fresh water sources. Her brow is furrowed. Her lips are chapped. She is wearing a tunic stitched together from sackcloth and the remnants of her silk dress. She looks terrible. She looks perfect. As we drift further from the shadow of the land, the weather shifts. The eternal gray cloud cover of Praj begins to tear open. A beam of sunlight hits the water. It is startlingly bright. It cuts through the gloom, turning the black ocean into a dazzling, shifting mosaic of turquoise and silver. The heat hits my fur, sinking into my skin, warming the ache in my healing shoulder. It feels like permission. I take a deep breath, filling my lungs with air that doesn't smell of sulfur or fear. I feel a bubble of pressure in my chest. It is not rage. It is not the tactical urge to kill. It is joy. I throw my head back. I sing. It is not the grounding hum I used in the cave. It is a roar of melody, a deep, booming baritone that rolls out over the waves. It is an old song from the plains of my ancestors, a song about grass and sun and the freedom of the herd. Ho-ro! The sky is wide! The earth is good! Janus jumps. She drops the map. She stares at me, her eyes wide. I do not stop. I sing louder, bellowing at the seagulls, letting the sound vibrate through the logs of the raft. The shackles. Break! The river runs! A sound cuts through my song. Janus is laughing. She has her hands over her mouth, her shoulders shaking. It isn't the polite, tittering laugh she used to practice in the mirror. It is a belly laugh. It is unladylike and loud and real. She crawls over the logs, avoiding the gaps, and sits beside me at the tiller. She leans her head against my arm. "You are tone deaf," she giggles, wiping a tear from her eye. "I am resonant," I correct her, grinning down at her. "The ocean likes it." "The ocean is trying to drown you to make it stop," she teases. I wrap my arm around her shoulders, pulling her close. She feels small and solid against me. I look at the witch with the raven hair. The wind is whipping it across her face, stinging her cheeks red. There's no golden halo around her head. There's no filter making her eyes sparkle like emeralds. She is not the golden goddess of the prophecy. She is not the asset I was programmed to protect. She is Janus. She's a bad fisherman. She hums off key. She stitches wounds with steady hands and reads maps to dangerous places. And that is enough.